One of the best ways that you can support the podcast and your training is to join the crew. When you join the crew, you get an extra crew cast podcast every single month. You also get access to our Discord, which has a training Q&A with Team Elite FTS members. You get form checks. You can upload any of your training footage and have your lifts diagnosed, sometimes within minutes, by multiple people. Access to close to 30 different ebooks, training logs, and first sign up access to our weekend training retreats, train your ass off, and other events that we do. Biggest takeaways from that, though, what people enjoy the most and get the most out of is the training Q&A and the form checks, as well as the extra podcast. Hey guys, I'm back in the gym with another limited edition apparel drop. This is the new Live, Learn, Pass On shirt. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about our cambered grip American cable attachment. This attachment has 4 grips and it's cambered. So when you flip it, it actually becomes 8 grips. And if you turn it upside down, there's actually 16. This is one of our most used cable attachments out in the gym. Even got that full range of motion. We got a second limited edition drop this month as well. Head over to EliteFTS.com, pick up the shirt, pick up the cable attachments, and we'll see you next time.
Matt with Elite FTS here at the Armory in Columbus, Ohio. This is a new build, beautiful facility. Should be opening up around November 1st, 2023. Looking at the posterior chain developer, signature version. It's going to have the logo panels on there. Reverse hypers, you can do glute ham raises, back raise, any kind of posterior chain movement you want to do on this piece. This is really good. The best thing about this, so you just step down on the release, adjust it. So it makes it really easy to adjust these, no pop pins or anything like those sorts. So this is the signature posterior chain developer by EliteFTS.com.
Americ Health is a premium telehealth platform specializing in hormone optimization and preventative medicine. Are you looking to optimize your health in and out of the gym, improve recovery, sex drive, and quality of life? Have you tried speaking to your health professional about this and have gotten the cold shoulder, stereotyped, or just told it's part of getting older? You just go to americhealth.com/table talk, and you can create your own lab, or you can take labs that we've had set up for them, which are based upon the same labs that I've been doing over the last 15 years. Or you can use their guided optimization. With this, they'll put you in touch with a patient care coordinator, which is actually pretty cool because you get to sit down and speak to somebody that can understand what you're looking for from hormone optimization and the preventative medicine standpoint. After that conversation, they'll determine which labs that you should and which tests you should have done, and then from there, get the labs done. They'll review those labs with you and put you in touch with one of their hormone optimization specialists that can determine which supplementation that you should use over the counter or prescription. americhealth.com/table talk. The discount code is table talk.
Today's episode is brought to you by EliteFTS.com. Founded in 1998 with the primary aim to live, learn, and pass on. Please help Elite FTS support this mission by smashing the like button, leaving a comment, sharing with a friend, and thinking of us for your training needs. If you can put it in a gym bag or load weights on it, Elite FTS has it.
What's going on? I'm Dave Tate. We are broadcasting from the middle of the Elite FTS weight room, where the underground still thrives and you're part of the crew. It's time to sit down, keep it real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk. Okay. What's up, guys? We're back with another episode of Table Talk. Today, my guest is Bedros Keuilian, or is it Keuilian?
That's it. Nailed
right?
it. Keuilian.
I heard it a couple different times when I was going through some of your past podcasts, and one of them I knew was completely wrong. So the other one, I just went with the most common with that, is the founder of Fit Body Boot Camp and True Lean Supplements, serial entrepreneur, investor, host of the Bedros Keuilian Show, best-selling author of a book here, Man Up, which I read years ago. We can get into that. Mentor, coach, husband, father, and speaker. Where I want to take this, because you have a very interesting and deep story. So I have this phrase that I formulated in my head years ago of through adversity comes prosperity, right?
Yeah.
And we all have points in our lives, defining moments, that can go one way or other way. I got a list of a handful of defining moments through your history that I'd like to get into and discuss a little bit, instead of just saying, what's your story, where you come from? Because I personally just now have heard that 4 times in the past
Right.
few days. So
Right.
a little bit different angle on that. Where the first one I would say would be actually in Armenia. Is that right?
Armenia.
Armenia.
Yep.
When you were there up until age 6, correct?
Yeah.
What was that like there? I mean, you're not really young enough to have those defining moments, but you have children of your own. There are things that you take away from that.
Yeah.
So what are some of the things that you take away from that with your father being part of the Communist Party? And was he before you were born?
Yeah, so he actually my dad became a member of the Soviet Communist Party in 1974 when I was born. And so the way that works, Dave, is they ask you, would you like the privilege of being a member of the Communist Party? And at the time, Armenia was controlled by the Soviet Union. It was one of all the many countries that was under Soviet control. And just like Ukraine back in the day and et cetera. And so he was asked, now, if you say no to that privilege, you're sent off to Siberia, never to be seen again, right?
Yeah.
And so, of course, he says yes. But just to draw the picture for you, man, my dad, so I was born in 1974. That year, the year I was born, my dad was asked to be a member of the Communist Party. Only 18% at the time, only 18% of the population were like card-carrying party members. And I was telling a friend the other day, he had a very different passport. So he had 2 passports, a regular Soviet passport and one that was dark red in color that identified him as a party member. And he had other privileges, like he can go to a store and audit what they're doing there because everybody had to work for the country. You can own a private business. And so, long story short, Armenia was one of those countries, Soviet Union especially being under embargo from Western countries. There wasn't a lot of food and access to food. However, we always had bread, butter, cheese, caviar, right?
Yeah.
So imagine this, I'm 4, 5, even 6 years old. And in the mornings, my mom is making hot tea with these chunks of sourdough bread with butter and caviar on it because my dad had access. He had these privileges. And so when we make this great escape and then come to the United States, and I'm being told that, America has a lot to offer and it's like there's all this food, et cetera. Well, the first couple of years we're living in Section 8 housing. We're living off food stamps. And I remember crying to my mom saying, like, where's my morning caviar? Right.
Yeah.
So it was like this mind fuck for me as a boy, because my dad had access to so much. Now, we still didn't have running water all the time. We didn't have electricity all the time because we were just part of the regular grid where we lived in Armenia. But in terms of food, we had access. And because of his access, my dad was a tailor. He worked in a men's clothing manufacturing plant. And I learned so much from my dad, man, from even at that young age. Like he realized, okay, everyone's getting paid the same. And while he's a member of the Communist Party, he's got access to people in the local government who can help us escape. And the plan was to escape into Italy and say that we're going on vacation as a family to Italy, make it look like we're going on vacation. So we're only taking 2 suitcases for a family of 5. And then from there, we would go to the American consulate and say, hey, we're political refugees. If we go back, there's going to be persecution. So we need to go into the United States. How can you help us? So that was my dad's plan. But for him to be able to bring together 25,000 rubles to be able to bribe the people in the government to let us go on vacation, he would steal material. So I don't know if you know anything about how they make suits and vests and pants, but they take paper patterns and they lay out all this material and they put the pattern on there and they cut it and they go, this is for a size 34 waist, size 36 waist, size 38 waist. My dad figured out how to put those patterns so tightly close together on the material that he was able to, for every like 10 suits they made, he was able to steal enough material to make another suit and sell it on the black market at home.
Yes.
And so by doing this, he was selling clothes on the black market. And he raised enough money, 25,000, to bribe some Soviet officials in the government and allow us to escape into Italy. But I remember thinking, like, we have it so good. Why is my dad interested in us leaving the country? But in hindsight, I look back, he wore Adidas shoes, Ray-Ban sunglasses, listened to Elvis and the Beach Boys. Like he was as like wore Levi's jeans. He was as westernized as they can be. And he would take that red CCCP card, which is USSR in Russian letters, and he would just leave it in the drawer. He never took advantage of his Communist Party powers. He was just a regular civilian. In fact, my older brother, who was 19 at the time, would take my dad's card and, you know, go take a girl out and get access to food and free transportation in a taxi, because you show that red card and you got access to everything.
Yeah.
So anyway, I learned from my dad very quickly that if you don't agree with the particular way a country is run or its values or anything, like find a way to get out. And my dad was somehow an American born in Armenia. I don't know how else to say it. And so he was on a mission for us to escape. And had we waited one more year, my brother would have gone into the Soviet army. And at the time, the Soviet army in the 80s were fighting. There's a war in Afghanistan, right? And my dad was like, wait a minute, this country, Soviet Union, comes and occupies Armenia. Now they're going to send our Armenian boys to go fight a war in Afghanistan for them. I don't want this for my son. Like these Russian soldiers were coming back with limbs missing. And he had every reason to escape. And so we did, and we came to the United States. But some of my greatest memories were like the food that I would eat as a kid was so fresh, so delicious that we had access to. And then when we were driving by a store, there would be a line that would be half a mile long of people in fur coats waiting in line to get bread and cheese. And that's by the time they got to the place, if it was actually available.
Yeah. So how did it work if you did have a flower shop or a tailor shop or whatever it is, and it is at that time, is the government taking all the money?
Yeah, you're getting a salary
to have your own business.
Yeah, exactly. And the government, like taxation is through the roof. But kind of like Canada, there was universal health care and all this stuff. So again, I don't know what the people's political views are on that.
Yeah.
But I'm a believer of tax me the least amount of possible. Let me do whatever I want to do with my money. And my dad was of the same mindset. So, but there was no rent, for example. Like if you're like, hey, I want to open up a tailor shop here. I want to open up a flower shop there. I want to open up a restaurant there. You're essentially partnering up with the government.
So what's the incentive?
Well, the alternative is if you go and work for a place, you might earn a lesser salary than if you ran a place. You might get a salary plus a percentage.
Yeah.
Like there was probably some percentage-based stuff. And as my dad later explained to me, everyone's always skimming.
Yes.
So you're getting a salary, but you're also getting access to food. You're able to sell food on the black market. Like why were we able to get access to bread and caviar and butter and all the freshest stuff? It's because they saved it behind the counter for the important people.
Okay.
And so you can imagine the storekeeper also sees their family as important. So they saved. So you get better access the more you can move up.
Now he was 45 at the time.
He was 45 at the time. Yeah.
And you think that, well, you would know at this point, was it because your brother was 1 year away? Was that was the final push? That was
the biggest push. And he knew that he didn't want my brother to go into that army. And he also knew that he wanted to escape. He knew there was a better life in America. He had heard from friends. He had done his research. Like I said, to be wearing American clothes, buying American clothes on the black market, listen to American music, Western music. He was just decades ahead of that culture.
How long were you in Italy for?
10 days. So, and dude, this is crazy. The beautiful thing about Instagram, this woman reaches out to me from Italy, and she writes in American letters, but in Armenian words. And she goes, I think you and your family stayed at one of the hotels that my mom and dad ran in Rome, Italy. I'm like, what do you mean? So I talked to my dad. Yeah. I go, do you remember the name of the hotel? He goes, I don't remember the name of the hotel, but I know it was in this district. And I forget what the district was in Rome. I go back to her and I typed to her. I'm like, hey, are you in this district? She goes, yeah. She goes, I guess there was a set of hotels that were privately owned, and they would dedicate X number of rooms to escapees, those that were escaping communism. Specifically, like these were dedicated to Armenian people. These were dedicated to, let's say, Jews who are escaping some kind of persecution. And these were just private people doing this. And for 10 days, we were in one of those hotels. And I don't know if we were in her mom and dad's hotel or not, but she was just like, I'm sure of it. And she's Italian. She speaks fluent Armenian because she grew up with Armenian kids. And that's the beauty of social media. There's also a dark side of social media that we all despise and hate. But we were in 10 days and I ate my first banana in Italy. My dad went to like a fruit truck, fruit cart, and he came back with 5 bananas because there was 5 of us in the family. My older brother, who's 19 at the time, my older sister, who's 22, and then I was 6. I'm the oops baby. And then my mom and dad. And he came back with bananas and I didn't know what it was. And he peels it and he gives me one. And dude, I devoured it. And then within seconds, I'm like taking my dad's banana. And of course, he's a dad. He's going to give it to you. But my brother and my dad went to the American consulate. And for 4 days there, they were pumped for information because at the time it was a Cold War, right? And so they were pumped for information. My dad was, being a member of the Communist Party. And then they said, where do you want to go? He said, anywhere that's warm. I said, well, you got Florida, you've got California. He goes, I'll take California. And that's how we landed in California.
Was there, why'd he select California outside of just being warm?
That's it.
That's it.
The climate. I mean, he had a friend of a friend. There was one person that he knew in the entire country. And the guy was like a friend of a friend in California. And that friend of a friend was kind enough to let us stay 30 days. He talked to his wife. He had a 2-bedroom apartment and one of the bedrooms was empty. He was kind enough to let us stay in that bedroom in Cypress, California, not too far from Anaheim, where my parents live today, where my dad lives, for 30 days. And he said, you have 30 days. I'll help you find a job at a gas station, paper route, whatever. My dad got 3 or 4 jobs. But within 30 days, you got to get your paperwork started, get your Social Security paperwork going, get your food stamps, and find your own place. So within 30 days, we were in a apartment complex called Shade Tree Apartments in Santa Ana, California, which was Section 8 housing, government assisted housing, minimal rent, very filthy, gang infested, whatever. But California was chosen for the simple fact that 1, it was warm, and 2, he knew one guy through a friend.
All right. So now you're uprooted and then you're planted there. You don't speak the language. And what grade is that, even in preschool at that point?
So I was supposed to start 1st grade when I got there. But because I didn't know the language, they put me in kindergarten. And so now I'm kind of like the taller, bigger kid in kindergarten. Funny haircut, funny clothes. I don't speak English. And the first week of school, I remember trying to, do you remember like in kindergarten, they had little taped off squares on the ground in class, and you sit there and the teacher reads a book. So we had left our desks. The teacher was reading a book. I'm in my little square. And dude, I had to take a piss, but I don't speak the language. And I'm trying to like speak in Armenian. Like I gotta take a piss. And I know where the bathroom is, just outside the door. So I can't get her attention. I don't know how to get her attention. You know, I'm an introvert as it is. And it's all new to me. Because we came in June of 1980, June 16, 1980, September, school started. So just a couple months later. So it's not like I had a whole year to learn the language or anything. And so I just got up to go pee. And the teacher yells. And for me to sit down, I don't have to understand the language to understand. So I sat down and I could only hold it for so long and I just pissed myself, right? So now as a kid, you could imagine you're being picked on. So funny haircut, can't speak English, funny clothes, and you just pissed yourself, right? So that first week was awful, man. And so I decided I'm done. I can't do this anymore. And so I decided I'm going to escape school. Now, if school is here, about 1.5 miles away is the apartment complex. And the principal gives chase. This is before schools are all locked down like today. Like they were just open campuses, if you remember. Dude, I'm running, and I know where my apartment complex is. And I'm running because I know my mom's home. Somehow they'd called my mom and explained to her. I think my mom and dad spoke some like broken up English. So my mom's running this way towards me. The principal's running that way towards me. I'm yelling to my mom, like, I don't want to go back to school. I'm crying. Like, it's this whole scene. And I'm running on the sidewalk, but I see a broken beer bottle on the street, like leaning into the curb. The principal's hauling ass. I grab a giant piece of glass and I just put it on my forearm. And I'm like yelling to my mom, like, if he comes any closer, I'm going to cut myself. I'd rather die than go back to school. And she starts yelling and crying, and she's yelling in Armenian to him to stop. He obviously gets it. He stops. And my mom comes over to me and she's like, fuck this. I didn't go to school for another 2 weeks. When I went to school, I don't know if the school paid for this or if like government did this, but the local government, but they had a Armenian to English translator for me for 90 days. And it was the greatest gift I could have had, man, because she was translating, she would explain things to me, she would teach me the language. And by the following year, I was able to communicate better, and I was able to start making friends. But that first year was just fucking rugged.
What was the acclimation process like up until you were a teen?
Well, we moved around a lot. We moved around a lot because with Section 8 housing, you're still paying a portion of the rent. And so if my dad would find a complex that was cheaper in rent for us, we would move there. So I went to 3 elementary schools, 2 junior highs, and 2 high schools. But during that time when we went to 3 elementary schools, I would have to make friends very quickly. I realized they won't pick on me if I could make them laugh, if I could make friends with them, if I could be witty. Like I needed, if I could become a friend, they're not going to pick on me and bully me. And I would get bullied and picked on a lot. Kids will be kids. And I think kids back then weren't, they didn't know what bullying was. We just fucking did that shit. And so one of the apartment complexes we went to, by the 3rd day, dude, my head is itching so bad. Like I got like scabs and blood underneath my fingernails. And my mom sees, she's like, what the fuck is going on? Me and my brother shared a room. He never got lice. I did. That room had lice in it. I don't know if it's from the previous people. And so just to give you an idea of how broke we were, my mom couldn't afford to buy lice treatment from the drugstore. So she has my dad siphon out like a jar of gasoline from a parked car in the complex. She has me double over in the big grassy area and tells me in Armenian, like, don't open your eyes. And she starts washing my hair with gasoline and scrubbing it. And I remember kind of squinting and opening my eyes, and I could see all these little feet, all my friends from this, and they're probably wondering, like, this fucking woman's about to light this kid on fire or something, right? Yeah. And so it's just like memories like that in terms of acclimation. And then she, washes my hair with water and soap, etc. And I'm fine. But I ended up making friends. But the friends I made, and this is the problem with the acclimation period, when you're being bullied. Okay, you're making friends in school, but in the complex, you're with other low income. And with low income comes, not all the time, but comes lower quality and lower standards of people. I don't know how else to describe this. Gangbangers and stuff. In fact, one of my best friends, my first friend, his name is Dwayne, black kid, would take me into his house, and his mom would feed us, which was a blessing because food was hard to get for us. But also there was a lot of Mexican gangs there in town, and I knew that they're either going to pick on me, or if I could befriend them, then I'll be an ally. And so I befriended them. I was never jumped into the gangs. But as I grew up, they were like, hey, would you want to come with us and take some parts off of a car? Sure, that seems harmless. Next thing led to, by this point, 8th grade, 9th grade, do you want to help us steal a car? Sure. Now we're carjacking. That led to home invasion robberies. And so, not only am I moving schools all in the same community, because I keep getting kicked out, or we keep moving where it's like you have to go from this apartment to that apartment so that kids from that apartment go to this school. But all that led to a police helicopter chase when I was 17 years old. And I was the getaway driver. So 3 of my friends went into a house, and when you're going to rob a house, you case it first. And all we did was robberies. It was never a home invasion until this one. And all we did was robberies. And we case the house. We see the pattern of life that the people live in that house, and we know when it's empty. We go there at like 1 PM, and you would think, like, why would you rob a house 1 PM? Because if it's empty and everyone's at work, it's actually one of the best times. You don't want to do it in the morning when people are home, or in the evening. We thought it was empty. So I went, parked 3 houses back. The house is here. I'm across the street and 3 houses back. My friends get out of my truck. I had a camper shell on my truck. They get out of the truck, they hop the wall. And I know it takes about 8 to 10 minutes. And they've got whatever, jewelry, fine china, silverware, whatever. They can find money, guns, whatever. And everything's going to go to a pawn shop. Back then, pawn shops didn't run things through the county sheriff. Now they do, for any convict.
Just in case.
Just in case. Yeah. So everything was just like, hey, whatever you can get for it, right? And so that's what we did. And all of a sudden, dude, within 30 seconds, they're hopping the wall. And they're like, drive. And so I start the car, and I pull up, and they jump in, and I start driving. And just then I see this old lady open up the front door. I don't know if grandma had come to visit town. I don't know if they just, we didn't case it right. But now it had become a home invasion robbery. And she calls the cops and I see like white cars, unmarked cars following me. And I'm trying to get away. This is Anaheim, Buena Park area of Southern California.
What are you driving?
79 Toyota pickup. And if anyone knows that, it's the R22 engine, 4-cylinder engine, like, I don't know, maybe 100 horsepower, right? And I'm driving a 79 Toyota pickup in 1993. This is happening, right? So like this thing's fucking old.
Yeah.
And so I try and get on the 5 freeway. It's supposed to be a high-speed chase. It's a low-speed chase because the car's not going super fast. I'm like, I can lose him in the city. So I get off the exit. Now I realize we don't just have the unmarked cars. We have a police helicopter. And I'm like, guys, I think that helicopter's on us. No, it's not. You're imagining things. I make a right-hand turn, the copter turns. I make another right-hand turn, the copter turns. I'm like, fellas, I'm going to pull into that gas station. As soon as I do, we're all running our own separate ways. And no one's saying shit. Well, the cops were far smarter than I was. As soon as I pulled in, the unmarked cars wedged my door shut, yanked us out of the car on the ground. And within like 30 minutes, a marked car shows up with the little old lady in it, maybe 25, 30 yards away. We're sitting on the bumper of the unmarked car, the 4 of us. She's in the car and the cop's pointing to the first guy. She nods her head yes. Second guy nods her head yes, as in I recognize him. Third guy nods her head yes. He points at me, nods her head no. I did not see him in my house. I don't recognize that guy. So I just went to Anaheim PD overnight jail. My car got impounded and I had reckless driving, an exhibition of speed, and evading officers.
Yeah.
My friends had home invasion robbery. That was the fork in the road. I was like, this can never happen again. Like, this is a defining moment for me. Defining moments. And that's where I was like, I'm going to go and get my certification. So the whole time I worked out, like I enjoyed working out. A friend of mine in high school introduced me to working out and I enjoyed it. But I was like, I'm going to commit to working out and I'm going to become a personal trainer and I'm going to do everything on the up and up moving forward.
What were those next steps then?
Well,
because you have to get a job as the personal trainer. You have to get the certification as a personal. It's different back then, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of places, if you just worked out, you could just be a trainer. But
so, you know, we're from the same generation. So you remember, you know, the actual paper magazines, Flex Magazine, Muscle Media, Muscle and Fitness, Powerlifting USA, right? In the very back pages of those magazines, there were those fractional black and white ads, tiny little ads. And I remember it said, become a certified personal trainer, earn $100 an hour. And I'm no math whiz, but I'm like, if I could train 6 to 8 clients a day, that's $600 to $800 a day. I'm fucking rich. And what do I need? I need to go across into Mexico to buy Cestanon. Because at the time I was like, just starting to get into testosterone. I'm like, so I can go across the border and get Cestanon, get all the, you know, Cestanon Deca that I need. I need protein. I'm living with a roommate now at this point, right? And so, like, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to have money left over. There'll be a surplus of money. Little did I know that, you know, so that was the ACE, American Council on Exercise, running that ad. It took me 4 times to pass that test. I'm not the most academically inclined person.
Is that when you had to actually go someplace to take it? Yes.
Dude, I went to the UCLA campus just to give you an idea. So after graduating high school, barely graduating high school, I went to Fullerton Junior College for 32 days and dropped out. I'm like, all right, Fullerton College isn't for me. So each time the proctoring of the tests happened at a university on a weekend, they would rent one of those halls. So I go and I'm intimidated. And this is UCLA, and I see students walking around, and I'm like, "Fuck, you know, I don't belong here." So I fail. 4th time, I passed the test. And then LA. At the time, I was working at Disneyland as a busboy. LA Fitness hires me as a personal trainer. And I'm like, all right, $100 an hour. Here we come.
Okay. So what was the starting salary?
$12.55 an hour.
Okay. And that was as a fitness instructor, right?
As a personal trainer.
Oh, that was as a personal trainer.
And they found me on the ACE. Again, this is on the internet now. You're not going to find like a whole list of names and email addresses. But back then, American Council on Exercise listed all their personal trainers and email addresses and phone numbers. And so I get a call at the apartment that I was living at with Mike Botticelli, a good friend of mine. And they're like, hey, you want to be a personal trainer? I'm like, fuck yeah. You know, because I didn't know how to get a job, right? I'm thinking, $100 an hour, this is going to be great. I get to quit Disneyland. I'm not going to work for the mouse anymore. Because, they wouldn't let you grow facial hair at Disneyland at the time. And one day I had my sideburns slightly lower than my earlobes, dude. And it was like one of the busiest times. On Main Street, USA, there was the Main Street Electrical Parade, the most popular parade that Disneyland ever had in history, even till today. And I worked at Carnation Cafe on Main Street Restaurant. And so during the 2 times that the Main Street Electrical Parade took place, that restaurant for 3 hours each time was the busiest restaurant in the country. Like,
I can imagine.
Quantifiable.
Yeah.
Like measured. It was measured. That fucking printer was printing out fucking tickets for the kitchen to cook, and bus boys, there's like 12 of us cleaning up tables. We can clean things up fast enough. But anyways, I had my sideburn just slightly below my earlobe. And at the time I had become a fry cook, and I got like 30 steaks and 20 chicken breasts on the thing, and yelling out orders to the salad bar, dessert bar. And I feel like a pen. Someone puts a pen right to the side of my face, and I look, and it's my manager, Kathy. And she goes, your sideburns are below your earlobe. She was measuring the length of my sideburns. I'm like, okay, all right. So what do you want me to do? And I'm just fucking flipping chicken and steaks. And she goes, go across the street to the locker room. Well, fuck, it's the Main Street Electrical Parade. Like, how am I going to go? Like, people say, hey, there's tunnels under Disneyland. There is no tunnels under Disneyland, just so you know. Because if there was, I would have gone across the street under the tunnel.
Yeah.
So now you're waiting for the break in the parade to cross, and whatever, they dock your pay, and all that to tell you that I was hell-bent on quitting Disneyland. So imagine to my dismay when $12.50 an hour, and by the way, LA Fitness at the time gave you 2 clients back-to-back, 2 30-minute sessions. And so if you had only 1 client, you're getting $6.25, right?
And they're only paying for the time you're training clients, so it's not floor time at all.
No, there was no floor time then. Later on, I think maybe they got dinged by the state government. They went to floor time, which when you're on floor time, it was minimum wage. This is like minimum wage, and you're on the, out there prospecting for leads on the cardio machines and shit. And no one taught me how to prospect leads. So, reluctantly, the jacked introvert is going up to like, hey, ma'am, do you want me to show you a workout? She's like, no, get away from me. Okay. Right. Yeah. I had 4 personal training clients, but one of those clients was this rich dude named Jim Franco. And he would come Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 2:30 in the afternoon. That dude had some balls, because in my calendar, my schedule, if I had someone else for 2:30, he would take white out. Like there's just, a bunch of pens, paper. He would take white out, just cross out someone else's name and just write Jim Franco in my calendar. I'm like, dude, you can't do this. He's
I had
like,
a client like
that. Yeah. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Right. But I would see that every day he's driving a different car, a Cadillac SUV, an old classic Mercedes Benz. And one day I'm like, Jim, like, how many cars do you have? He's like, well, I got 3 cars. Wow. He goes, you can have as many as you want, kid. And, at this point, I'm 20, 21 years old. I'm like, how? Like, and how do you come here at 2:30 in the morning? What's your job? He goes, I own a company, a software company. And he owned a software company in the automotive industry. And that man ended up being my rich dad, right? Like Kiyosaki's book. And in between sessions, in between sets, he would give me sales advice, marketing advice. He'd bring sales books to me. Because by this point now, I'm working at Disneyland. I'm a personal trainer with like 4 clients. And then one day I'm complaining to one of my coworkers at Disneyland, Bob Rhodes, and he was dating a dude named Randy. Disneyland has the highest population of gay employees, like of any place. And so there's a lot of gay dudes, gay people that you're working with. I'm complaining to Bob, and Randy's listening, his boyfriend. I'm like, man, I got all these fucking nieces and nephews. Christmas is coming up. I'm not going to be able to afford, to get them Christmas gifts off Disneyland pay and part-time personal trainer. And he goes, well, you like working with us fags here. Why don't you go work with us fags at the bar that we go to? They're hiring. I'm like, what bar is this? He goes, Oz, right in Buena Park. I'm like, man, put in a good word. A week later, I'm getting paid $18 an hour. 18, like I'm fucking rich now, right?
Yeah.
Like never mind the $100 an hour. I'd given up on that.
Yeah.
$18 an hour as a bouncer. And the very first night I worked there was a Thursday night. There was skinheads there to gay bash. They were waiting in the parking lot to gay bash while when the club gave out. So, now you got 3 jobs and you're like, what the fuck, man? Like, what's going on with my life? All I want to do is be a personal trainer. I thought I was going to earn $100 an hour. I can't even get clients off the floor. Like, no one's showing me the ropes. I'm making $12.50 an hour. This sucks. And one day I'm complaining to Jim Franco like that. And he goes, that's because you're an order taker. You don't know how to sell. I'm like, what do you mean I'm an order taker? I go, I sold you 6 months of personal training 3 times a week. He goes, no, I wanted 6 months of personal training 3 times a week. You just filled the contract out and took my credit card. The gym gets most of the money. You get $12.50 an hour. He had a point. And he started mentoring me on sales, marketing, communication. And that man was so good to me. He loaned me $50,000 with 8% interest and became my business partner in my first gym. My first personal training studio, 2,500 square feet out in San Diego, California. And I just blew up from there.
How long were you at Disney?
I was at Disney for 6 years.
Okay. So looking back on that, are there customer service ethos that you've taken from that?
Yeah. In fact, there's a great book out there written by Walt Disney's right-hand man at the time called The Disney Way. I forget the name of the author, but the book is called The Disney Way. I highly recommend it. Just to give you an idea, I got hired to work at Disneyland. 3 weeks later, I was in the restaurant bussing. The first 2.5 weeks, you're in Disney University. They've got their own university. You're learning how to communicate. So you're a cast member, they are guests. You're either on stage or off stage. When you are talking to someone, like a child in a stroller or someone in a wheelchair, you drop to a knee. If someone says, where's the bathroom? You don't just go over there. If you're going to point, you're pointing with 3 fingers, but you're better off walking them, even if you're on your lunch break, right? And the guest service experience was second to none. What I learned there, I've carried into across all my companies. And everyone was known by their first name. So even in my companies now, like Bryce is the CEO of my franchise. Everyone's just on a first name basis. No one calls me Mr. Keuilian. No one calls Bryce Mr. Henson. Everyone's just on a first name basis, just like Walt wanted. So I got such a massive influence from Disney in terms of guest relations, client relations, exceeding expectations. You're drinking coffee, let's say at Disneyland, and you spill something on yourself. They go, hey, we will get that laundered. They would take you to one of the stores. You pick out a shirt, wear that shirt. They launder your shirt. At the end of the day, here's your shirt back, and you can keep the one we gave you. It was just a Disney experience. Something unknown about Disneyland, and this is not true for Disney World. When you're in Disneyland, you do not see the outside world. You will not see electrical power lines. You will not see other buildings. The way Disneyland was designed in Orange County was that all you see is like the sky. They designed the buildings and such throughout the park and the rides that blocks out the outside world so that you are in Walt Disney's fantasy, which I think was a pretty cool thing. Yeah. And so the way we design our Fit Body Bootcamp locations now are we put so much thought into everything, into my supplements, into my coaching service. When someone comes to my office right now, if they're if they choose to not drive or get an Uber, we always encourage them to use my driver, Hugo. Hugo will pick them up, bring them to HQ. They come up the staircase in the giant lobby. Their name is on the screen, whatever. Welcome, Dave Tate. Gift bag. The experience is just bananas. And I can, with 1,000% certainty, tell you that came from Disney University. Which ironically, you don't value it then. Yeah. Right? Only when you start your own business and you see how important these things are to differentiate yourself from your competition, which is what Disney did, because 8 miles away was Knott's Berry Farm, a cheaper amusement park. Open later. Like they thought, like if we're cheaper and open later, we're going to kill Disney. Yeah. They didn't. Yeah. They didn't. Like every other year, Knott's Berry Farm was trying to file Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Now,
when you had the 4 personal training clients, were you training them in a way that your service, it was exceeding the other trainer's service without really even knowing that's what you were doing, because Absolutely. That was instilled?
Yeah. That's all I knew. That's all I knew. So I would meet them at the door. I wouldn't wait for them to come to the personal training. So, you like all big box gyms, you come through the double doors, you check in at the front desk, and then you go to either the locker rooms, to the weight room floor, or you go to your personal training desk. All the other personal trainers were waiting at the personal training desk for their client. I was at the double doors, like hanging out. And I knew right there that every female client would look at me as like the quote unquote boyfriend. Like they were happy to see me. Like I knew, like I need to make them happy to see me. And then every guy male personal training client was like, Bedros is my bro. Like, I'm there to see my bro. Because remember, these are people. I understand exactly what I was doing. They know how to work out. The equipment is there. The information's there. Yeah, they were there for a service. And I was going to deliver that service better than everyone else. In fact, 2008 personal trainer of the year, Michael Sorrell, NSCA personal trainer of the year. And he's a great guy, but I do have this one bone to pick with him. One day I'm training my client and we're doing narrow grip cable rows as a female client. And at this point, I'm making them laugh. I having a good time. Like, again, every female client is there to see their boyfriend, as I'm concerned. And every male client is, but I kept it very professional. Like, there was never like crossing like weird shit like trainers did back then. And then every male client was there to see their homie, their best friend. And I knew if I can make that experience amazing for them, they're going to re-sign. They're going to tell their friends. And so I did. And so I'm training this woman on narrow grip cable rows. Michael Sorrell walks by. And if Michael's listening to this, shout out to you, buddy. He walks by and he just whispers in my ear, "You're going to hurt her. That's poor form." And maybe I was on a little too much testosterone at the time. Yeah. I was like, you know what? Your clients never come back. Like, because I knew that I'd get them to come back. My form might be off with them because I wasn't always the best trainer, but my clients got results because they didn't want to let me down. They showed up to the sessions and they ate the way I wanted them to eat. Which obviously then when I became a better trainer, like when I actually understood exercise mechanics, then it opened up my gyms, like it was over.
Do you think that's what that Jim Franco saw in you though?
Yeah.
Right? Because you had the product and the service kind of under wraps.
Yeah.
But the sales wasn't.
The marketing and sales were god awful. Yes. But he saw, like, I was always early. I always went later with every client. And I booked them 15 minutes. So instead of back-to-back how LA Fitness wanted it, in other words, like, if Dave's going to go from 9 to 9:30 and then he's going to go from 9:30 to 10, you'd go from 9 to 9:30 and then he'd go from 9:45 to 10:15. And I did that one. Maybe I got to take a piss. Maybe I got to like get myself organized. I got to look at the notes. But also, what if I go a little over with you? Like, again, the Disney way is to exceed expectations, right? And while I have a lot of beef to pick with the higher ups at Disney who managed me, the Disney way is an exceptional way for any business to run their business.
Mm-hmm. What things was he teaching you at that time before you started your first club that allowed you to increase client base?
Well, my biggest problem to him, my biggest complaint was, because he asked me one morning on a Monday, he came on a Monday morning instead of 2:30 in the afternoon like he normally does. And he goes, "Why are you so tired?" I was like, "Jim, I went to bed at 4 o'clock and now it's 6 a.m. and I'm here. You're my first client. I went to bed because, I work at this club, I've told you, et cetera. And by the time the club is done at 2 a.m. and by the time we clean up and whatever." And I'm complaining. And he goes, "That's because you don't know how to sell." I go, "If I had more personal training clients, I could quit that club." And so he starts teaching me sales and marketing, but I'm like, of course, like a bonehead young man, I go, I can't control how many people come into this gym. They sell the number of members they do. And then, every member gets a free personal training session. They gave me a script. These people tell me they got to go think about it or talk to their husbands. And so they do. And they never come back. Right. So I'm just kind of griping and showing him that I can't control the lead volume. He goes, "How many clients do you have?" I go, "With you included, there's 4. He goes, "You've never asked me for a referral." I've got C-level managers. I didn't know what C-level managers were. Then I go, "What's a C-level?" He goes, "All my like executives that I can refer to you. I've got employees, my sales reps all make a lot of money. I could refer to you." He goes, "I bet you've never asked any of your clients for referrals." I go, "Nope." He goes, "Why don't you ask them for referrals?" He goes, "Referrals should be your number one source of business." Until this day now, all of my companies, with the exception of Trulian supplements, referrals are the number one source of business for us. Because if you, and he taught me something so amazing, man. He said, you need to set in an expectation of doing business with you. I was blown away because I'm thinking, dude, if you're giving me money, what expectation do I need to set? You probably have the expectation on me. Like, show up, give me the workouts, be enthusiastic, tell me what to eat, tell me how to correct my form. Turns out I needed to have an expectation. We need to have expectations on our clients, on our customers. And he gave me the script. He said, so it would be, "Hey, Dave, welcome aboard. As soon as the money's transacted, welcome aboard. As I help you achieve the fitness and fat loss results that you want, can I count on you to help me achieve the results that I want, which is to help 1,000 people here in La Habra, California," which is where the gym was, "to help 1,000 people here in La Habra, California get their fitness and fat loss goals." And Dave says, "Yes." So now I've set an expectation. So 6 weeks go by, we do your first body fat test and we weigh you and strength test. We see positive results. I go, hey, Dave, remember I said, as I help you achieve your goals, can you help me achieve mine? Are the 3 people that you can introduce me to? And I'll give them all a free session. And all I would do is say, hey, just go sign up at the gym. And then, so I get them a free week to do a session with me. And then if they liked it, go sign up at the gym. And then I'll do this. And I would lower the price of the gym membership. I'd take it off the personal training package. So if the membership was going to be $200 a month for 1 time a week of personal training, I would say, look, you just have to pay $160 a month for personal training, because I could adjust it.
Yeah.
Just it impacted my commission, because I would also get 10% commission in addition to the $1,250. It impacted my commission, but now go use that money to buy a gym membership and you became a client. So he taught me referral generation, how to set expectations. And then later he taught me how to put out lead boxes and what those lead box forms need to say, because this is pre-internet, right?
Yeah.
Well, now we're going to early 2000s, like 1999, 2000. But the internet hasn't really, like search engines, social media hasn't popped off. And so I was putting lead boxes in health food stores, thinking, if you're health-minded, fitness-minded, you're going to probably take me up on a free personal training session here at Premier Results, my personal training gyms. And no one was doing it. He goes, you know where people would want to fill out that form? I go, where? He goes, where they feel guilty. Where do they feel guilty? I go, oh, if they're eating burgers, pizza, stuff like that. I put 50 lead boxes in just fast food restaurants. And I would tell, and God, he gave me so many great scripts. He goes, tell the fast food restaurant owner or operator, you can come and work out at my gym for free. If you have a gym membership somewhere else, we can't train you because I have to pay a trainer, but you can come work out for free. They get a free membership because of that. They're hosting the lead box. The lead box forms said, 1 free personal training session. Just check off if you want to lose weight, build muscle, and then give us your name and phone number. And then I would call them and say, hey, guess what? You got a free personal training session, for your results. But he gave me so many great scripts, man. And so all of a sudden I'm learning referral generation, marketing strategies. And then the first gym that I opened up in San Diego was in Vista. And in Vista, there's a courthouse and there's a lot of lawyers there who ended up becoming our clients. And so I would encourage these lawyers to refer their people to us. And so we had high net worth people coming to us. And so Jim Franco's like, dude, why don't you just raise the price? They can afford it. He goes, all of your gyms don't have to be the same price. That blew my mind. So when we were let's say in Encinitas, which is also a little beach town in San Diego, people didn't have as much money. It's a little hippie town. And so our cost of personal training was like $30 a session, right? Back then. But in Vista, where people had more money, $55 a session. And not all this was like foreign to me. I didn't realize that there's something called price elasticity based on where you're located, right? For example, you go to an airport and all of a sudden this bottle of Fiji water is $85 or whatever, right? But that same bottle is $6 at a grocery store. And so Jim taught me so much, man, but he became my business partner in that first location.
How long did it take you to build the client base to have that first location? Because he wasn't going to be a partner if you had 4 clients.
No. So
that had to scale.
Yeah, that had to scale. And so while building out that location, we put lead boxes out.
Yeah.
And then we got all these local business owners also to start referring people to us. He had me do a grand opening sale. This is so crazy because I told you he's in the software industry. But the software industry that he's in is in automotive, specifically, like say you go to AutoZone or Pep Boys or wherever, and you go, hey, I've got a 79 Toyota pickup. I need an air filter for it. They punch it in and they go, you need a FRAM, and then this is the FRAM number that you need. He updated those software every time new cars came out. His company did that. It was one of 3 companies that did that. But he was the big dog in that industry. But before that, he was in the automotive industry. He opened gas stations, service centers. And when he would open up a service center, he would have a big grand opening party. And he would get all the local businesses to come on a particular Saturday morning and set out a table for them. All they had to do was, he's like, hey, all these different shops are coming. And so if they're each bringing 50 of their customers, all of you are going to get access to all these different customers. Of course, Jim would now showcase his new service gas station to all these people. So he had me set up 1, lead boxes out, and I was generating leads while we were building out the gym. Number 2, I was getting all the local business owners, what he calls a syndicate. Get your syndicate to start talking about you. Like, hey, there's a gym opening up, Premier Results. I'm going to work out there. And by the way, have you heard about it? It's coming. Just get them talking about it. And then number 3, when the doors open up that Saturday, have a grand opening. And the grand opening was get all these local businesses to come offer. One person is going to win 6 months of free personal training. Everyone else, so put your name on a raffle. That became my lead form. And within 60 days, first location was breaking even. By the end of 90 days, we're like $4,000 or $5,000 profitable. And then I was like, holy shit, now I've got a process here, right? And so I said, Jim, I'm going to open up a second location a year and a half later. With all due respect, I don't want you as a business partner. I not only gave you your money back, your $50,000 with 8% interest, but you're also my 50% business partner in this one. I'm kind of getting shafted. Yeah. And he did make me a shark. That was a sharky deal. Yeah. Like if you're going to be my 50% business partner, I now know
it's a sharky deal, but it paid off in the long run.
In the mentorship, the coach. Like when I didn't have confidence, I could turn to him and be like, what do I do next? Yeah. Right. And that's what my coaching clients do to me. Like they're buying my years of experience. And so, it was a sharky deal, but I knew I couldn't open up location 4, 5, 6, with him. And so he gave me the blessing. Till this day, by the way, this past April, he turned 80. I went to his birthday party. Still calls me kid. I'm 49 now. He's 80. Still calls me kid. Still sharp as a tack. Still working at Autolog, like less hours. Still working out at that same La Habra, but it's not a LA Fitness anymore. It's called like Esporta, whatever. But the dude's pattern of life has not changed. Just enthusiastic, happy-go-lucky, life of the party. And I realized there's a big lesson there too. Like you can become an old curmudgeon-y man at the age of 25, 26, 30, or you could be a young man at the age of 80. This guy, when I was training him at LA Fitness, he would come in. And like I said, I'd always wait by the double doors where they check in. And as I'm walking with him, like, okay, this is what we're going to train today. Let's say shoulders and back. I'm walking with him. He would just like break off. And I look and he's talking to some woman who's like on the ab crunch machine. So I just kind of wait, thinking that might be his daughter. That might be someone he knows. He comes back to me. I'm like, hey, who's that? He's like, I don't know, but she's hot. Isn't she beautiful? Like, the guy was just a flirt, just a ladies' man, just he's everything. And I realized like, this guy's a stud. Like I've modeled so much of my life after him in terms of how he connected with people, how he's very shrewd as an entrepreneur, very disciplined. His pattern of life never changes, but he made everybody feel special. Everybody from front desk girl to me as a personal trainer, that he would give me some of his time in between sessions, all the way to just like being flirty and the man in the gym.
Okay. So now if we fast forward, you go from that one location to 5, right?
Yeah.
And then it's acquired.
Yeah.
And that becomes another turning moment, a defining moment that comes through that. Were you, before that acquisition, were you working with gym owners online before that, or was it after that?
It was almost during that time, and here's why. So at this point now, we're 2003, and now I can talk about Crunch Fitness. At the time was not the Crunch Fitness it is today. If you remember back then, Crunch Fitness was owned by Bally's Total Fitness, right? Bally's was a conglomerate, a gym conglomerate. They're no longer in existence because of the shady shit they did, but Crunch was a subsidiary of Bally's. Crunch was trying to become like these high-end gyms, like almost what Equinox might be today, but on a small footprint, which is what I had. But they weren't looking to buy my gyms. What they bought from me was another thing that Jim Franco taught me. He said, Bedros, when you build your business, build it with legs. I had no idea what that means. I'm like, Jim, what the fuck does legs mean on the business, right? He goes, meaning that it can run on its own. 1, automate it so that you have managers running it so it can operate without you. 2, make sure you have EFT. I'd never heard of that term, electronic fund transfer. And I, once again, stubborn young man, I pushed back. If you remember in the 80s, early 2000s or 90s and early 2000s, when we sold personal training sessions, it was blocks of like 5 and 10. And if you're lucky, you're selling someone 20 sessions. And then once they're on session 18 or 19 or 20, your butthole's puckered because now you have to take your trainer hat off and put on your sales hat and like, hey, Mr. Jones, do you want another 20 pack? And he hope that he says yes so you can pay your rent. And so he goes, look, LA Fitness is charging me a membership. I'm like, well, they're charging you $40 a month. Who the hell is going to pay like $300, $400, $500, $600 a month on EFT. He's like, I would. He goes, but you guys just did it paid in full, so that's it. He goes, but you could have had me for the rest of my life at LA Fitness. LA Fitness could have had me the rest of the right? And I realized in that moment, he's right. I was just transferring my broke mindset onto everyone else. Well, because I can't afford to pay a membership of $500 to $800 a month. Neither can anyone else. That's an absolute lie. And so, but I took Jim's advice, and once again, I broke the pattern of what our industry did. I went from 60-minute sessions to 30-minute sessions, and I have to credit LA Fitness for that. I went from selling blocks of sessions to selling 12-month programs, where we would finance you basically in-house. I would say, all right, Dave, you're going to pay $600 a month for the next 12 months. Would you like to pay in full and get 10% off and get a 13th month free? And then I would hope you would say yes. But if you didn't, and most didn't, I would say, all right, well, you're going to pay $300 a month. So in your first and last month, and then you'll have 10 more payments of $300 to go. So I'd take $600 and then 10 more payments to go. What Crunch Fitness bought from me was my receivables. That's what they bought from me, because they knew these people are committed to a contract, and they could just consolidate my 5 gyms into 2 gyms. They're in San Diego, and these are now become high-end affluent members of that gym. They were buying out all these like private studios. And if you had clients on EFT, contractually obligated, they would buy you out. If you didn't, they take a pass on you. Yeah. Look how lucky I got that I listened to Jim, built my business with legs, so that they could buy me out.
Well, that's an important lesson, because the receivables end up being the part of your valuation. Without that, you don't know if after those 20 sessions, that person's going to renew or not, especially if somebody else is acquire it. So you invest in companies. As an investor, you're like, well, fuck, I got to assume, if this goes to a different name, they're not coming.
Yeah, there's always going to be a level of shrinkage. I don't know what that shrinkage is going to be, so I have to factor it into the valuation when I make investments now.
So with that being more automated, when did you start working with other gym owners to scale their business?
So once I sold my gyms, and that was my first exit, acquisition. Do you remember IDEA? The International Dance and Idea Association of Fitness or whatever. They later got acquired by, either they acquired Ace or Ace acquired them. It doesn't matter. But IDEA had the IDEA Journal, the magazine for personal trainers. And they ran an article on me that a local personal trainer here in San Diego, because they're San Diego based, built and sold his 5 personal training companies. Yay for him, right? And at the time, I was actually looking to open up more gyms in San Diego. Again, just bigger footprint, group training, different model. And people like gym owners who read those articles would reach out to me and they go, hey, can you teach me what you did? And my only question was, are you located in San Diego? If you weren't a competitor, if you were like some other part of the United States, I would just coach them for free. Little did I know, I didn't even know there was like consulting businesses back then or coaching businesses. So I would coach them for free. They would say, how much do you charge? I'm like, I don't know what to charge, but I'll just send you the images of I'll email you the images of my lead box. I'll tell you where to put the lead boxes, because I know your instincts are going to tell you health food stores and stuff like that, but don't do that. You want to get into the fattiest, restaurants as possible where people feel guilty after eating all that shit. And they're like, dude, this is awesome. Well, when I realized that I'm not going to open up more gyms, I realized there's money to be made here, because I started asking them, like, what would you pay me? Oh, I'll pay you $500 a month if you teach me, like $500 a month. Let me do the math. Like, how many coaching clients can I get at $500 a month? So then I created a blog called ptpower.com 2 years later, by 2005. And I lived off that $600,000, which is what I got for selling my gyms. While I'm living off that, I'm coaching. Now I'm like $300 a month, $400 a month, $500, $600. I got to $1,200 a month for gym owners for coaching. And at one point I had 50 clients at $1,200 a month. And I was like, fuck, man, I'm making really good money. 2005, I started a blog called ptpower.com. It's still up. We just don't put content on there, but it still ranks as one of the top blogs for words like personal trainer business, fitness marketing, stuff like that for my industry, fitness sales, personal training sales. And that became my lead source. There was a little opt-in on the right-hand corner that says, get my 5 strategies to build your personal training business. And so you read my blog posts. Every day I'd write a 1,500-word blog post, post it up there, and, comments and stuff. And I, again, use the Disney way strategy. Like, there was no comment that wasn't answered. Even if people were like trolling me in the comment box, I was still going back and forth with them. And eventually I built an email list of 5,000 personal trainers. And At that point, I hired my first real business coach, Joe Polish, out of Tempe, Arizona. And I went to my first mastermind with Joe Polish. And in that room, and this is now by 2007, right? In that room is Dean Graziosi, Brandon Bouchard, Wyatt Woodsmall, who at the time was teaching Tony Robbins all the NLP, neuro-linguistic programming stuff that he would do off stage. He anchors the stage, positive side of the stage, negative side of the stage. I didn't even know what NLP was. So I walk in, I'm like, fuck, I am in over my head. And it was something like $15,000 for the year. But when you got 50 clients paying you $1,200 a month, I eventually went to $1,500 a month. Like I had enough money to afford that mastermind. And I was like, okay, if Jim Franco coached me, like just on the sidelines without any structure, and I've gotten here now, built businesses, sold them, coaching and consulting now. Maybe if I hire a real mentor who can teach me this stuff, a direct response marketing, because I had learned about direct response marketing. One of the books that Jim Franco referred me to was by Jay Abraham. And Jay Abraham talked about a dude named Gary Halbert and Dan Kennedy. Man, I bought their books and a whole new world opened up to me. Not just marketing as in like branding, but like every dollar is accountable to bring in more dollars, right? What direct response marketing is, the IDA effect, interest, attention, desire, action when you're writing copy. Like I learned copywriting. I just went down this rabbit hole. And so Joe Polish was a disciple of Dan Kennedy, the legendary copywriter. And so I'm like, Dean Graziosi, don't I see you on late night infomercials, like selling these books, like how to buy homes with no money down? He's like, yep. He's got these little spectacles on, and I'm like, holy shit. Brandon Bouchard, I didn't know who he was, but I, knew that there was something amazing about him. Wyatt Woodsmall, Dan Sullivan was in there, right? Like legends, man, legends. And I'm like this little minnow in this ocean. And I was intimidated to show up on day 2 because I was like, these guys, like they're fucking making millions. And I'm like barely scraping a couple $100,000, right? And so I'm talking about, guys, I think I want to use the internet to start marketing. I got this blog, I build email addresses, and they're doing still mostly direct response marketing through snail mail. Yeah. Letters in the mail, right? And then infomercials on TV. And so like, I'm the youngest guy, so I'd taken to the internet more. By 2008, Facebook comes about, YouTube comes about. And I started making YouTube videos, Facebook videos, and I realized I'm building a little tribe there. And so I say, I got these coaching clients, 50 of them, but I'm on the phone with them all the time. And I'm always telling them the same stuff. Like, I want to put them in some kind of a group like this, a mastermind. Like, how do I start a mastermind? And Dean goes, here. And he gives me 3 sheets of paper. He goes, I have a mastermind for home investors, like people who want to buy homes and stuff, apartments. I got over 1,000 people in this mastermind paying $1,000 a month. I'm like, holy fuck, right? So by this point now, my email list has grown to about 8,000 people. He goes, take this, change everything from real estate to personal training business, and email it out to your list. And do it over a 1-week period, 3 emails over a 1-week period, and then close people over the phone into a coaching program. And then from there, Joe Polish takes over. So Dean gives me his sales copy, like the email copy. It was direct response, snail mail, but I turned it into email copy. Joe Polish is like, here's how you run a 1-year mastermind, 2 days at a time, 3 times a year. He gives me the formula of that. He tells Eunice, his assistant, hey, give him all the forms that we're filling out here. So he gave me his blessing to use all the forms. I'm like, holy shit, I'm going to have a mastermind. That mastermind became a mastermind by 2010 called the 7-Figure Formula Mastermind. And the goal was to take a gym owner and help them get to $83,333 a month in EFT, put them on pace for 7 figures a year. And if you can do that, I would almost bet that you're going to do 20 to 25% profit margins off that, which is a really good salary for us personal trainers back then, right? I had at the peak of the 7-Figure Formula Mastermind, I had 189 members in it paying $1,800 a month. And dude, I had an assistant. I had 2 other employees. In 2009, we put on our first, the following year, 2009, we put on our first event called Fitness Business Summit. And the reason for that was I applied to speak at the NSCA World Conference. They sent me a rejection letter. I applied to speak at URSA. They sent me a rejection letter. I applied to speak at IDEA Conference. They sent me a rejection letter. All three of the rejection letters were personal trainers don't want to learn marketing and sales. They want to learn more about posterior chain and how the muscle fucking contracts and all that. I'm like, I've got every certification and I was broke. This automotive software sales guy taught me everything I know to be able to be successful. You know, because on the form, if you want to be a speaker, they go like, what are you going to teach?
Yeah.
I'm not teaching kettlebells. There's a fucking million people teaching kettlebells and posterior chain and how the adenosine triphosphate works in your body. I want to teach how to actually fill up your personal training studio, how to get clients, right? Dude, I was getting rejection letters. And so I can be very stubborn. I was like, fuck them. I'll build my own stage, right? And so I created Fitness Business Summit. The first one, we had 108 people. Half of them were comped because they were my coaching clients. The other half paid $200 to come to a DoubleTree hotel, like no stage. And I realized like, fuck, I think I need a stage. Only the first 3 rows can see me. But 108 people, out of that 108 people, I got 15 new coaching clients at $1,800 a month into that mastermind. I saw how this could scale. For the next 10 years, I ran Fitness Business Summit. And at the peak so year 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, we had 1,300 to 1,500 people in attendance from all over the world, gym owners. I was giving away a car, a Land Rover every year. After that, after the first 5 years, I was making enough money. Like we would clear 7 figures in revenue. So the events would cost me about $250,000 for a 3-day event. I would clear 7 figures. I learned how to pitch and sell from stage. And so I would fill up that 7-figure formula mastermind. I would give away a Land Rover to one of my coaching clients from the previous year. So 5 of them would get on stage, tell their story, social proof, you know, how they were broke, they were struggling, they were about to shut down their personal training studio. They did a Google search on fitness marketing and they reluctantly found, because no fucking personal trainer does searches for fitness marketing, personal trainer business, unless you're broke. We're all searching for more. How do I become a better trainer? So I knew that they were going to reluctantly find me. And when they did, I knew I had to speak to their fears, frustrations, and desires. This is what I learned from Dean Graziosi and Joe Polish, right? And so I was like, dude, you're struggling as a personal trainer. You're thinking that, do I need to shut this place down or not? If I sell my equipment, what could I get for it? Like I had entered the conversation in their head, just like these guys had taught me. And so these 5 coaching clients, like my top 5 coaching clients, would take the stage and I would tell the audience, like, you guys get to decide which of them wins that Land Rover. They've been coaching me for the last 12 months in the 7-figure formula mastermind. You guys get to decide who wins the Land Rover based on their story of transformation. So they'd each get 2 minutes. And then the very next day, whoever got the most applause, you either get the Land Rover or you get the cash equivalent, right?
Yeah.
And then of course, as I'm giving them the Land Rover, then I go on stage. I'm like, hey guys, I'm opening up registration for the 7-figure formula mastermind. I got like 13 to 1,500 people in the audience. Our biggest conversion was 80 people at $1,800 a month into my mastermind. And at that point, Joan, my assistant, was like, dude, you are onto something huge. And, you know, it just grew. It grew. And when I started Fit Body Bootcamp, the first people I tapped into were my coaching clients because, hey, you guys all have businesses. The economy has recently crashed. One-on-one personal training is struggling. What if you guys do group training and you guys do it under my banner, Fit Body Bootcamp? So 20 of my 189 coaching clients converted into Fit Body Bootcamp owners just because I asked them to.
Now, what were happening to the coaching clients during that time when the economy was taking a hit?
I was losing them.
Okay.
I was losing them because the economy crashed and housing market crashed in 2008. We really saw the pinch 2009, 10, 11. By 2011, unemployment rate was right around 12%. So here comes the next adversity. Here comes the next adversity. Yeah. And at this point, I knew outdoor boot camps were crushing it. But again, you're only going to do that in states where the weather permits, right? And then in states where the weather doesn't permit, you're doing it only in the summer times. And you remember this.
Well, before that, and when your mindset, so this is, it's not dead, but it's crashing.
Yeah.
And you see it's crashing.
Yeah.
And it sucks, right? And some people just don't get out of that. You know, the self-talk, it sucks, it sucks, it sucks. They're done. They're out. Yeah. We've seen this. Yeah. You've been around as long as I for a long time. At some point in your brain, you have to stop and say, wait a minute, something else can happen here.
Yeah.
There's a pivot.
That's what most people are missing. And growing up poor, and I guess I got to backtrack real quick to tell you a story, to tell your audience a story. There was a pivotal point when I was 7 years old. My sister had a job at a pizzeria, same pizzeria that my dad worked. So my dad had he was pumping gas at an Arco at night. After pumping gas, he would deliver newspapers at like 2 a.m. to people's front doors. And then he worked at a pizzeria as a busboy, kind of the little chef's helper. And my sister was a waitress during the afternoon. The owner of this pizzeria was very vulgar with my sister, was very forward with my sister, would make inappropriate comments. And then to make sure that what was in her cup, she had a cup of water, to make sure it wasn't Sprite, he would just periodically like taste her drink, and she would see this. And he was like, just want to make sure it's water and you're not stealing soda. She'd get grossed out, right? She'd come home crying some nights to my dad, like, I want to quit this job. I don't want to be here. And my dad, and I hate telling this part of the story, but my dad was like, just a couple more months. Like, we're almost there. A couple more months. And so she would reluctantly stay. Now imagine I'm 7 years old, about to turn 8. And when you're young, you feel helpless. Like, my older brother's got a job, sister's got a job, dad's got multiple jobs. And I realize that I'm effectively a dependent here. And my sister raised me. So remember, she was 16 when I was born. My brother was 14. She was 16. My mom was hospitalized after I was born. Fucking communist hospitals, man. So after I was born, my mom was in the hospital for months. I guess she was hemorrhaging blood. She almost died, I heard. So my sister raised me, and she would feed me rice milk. I later asked her, I was like, what is rice milk? Rice don't have nipples. Like, nipples. What? Like, yeah, right? It's like, she goes, I would boil rice and I would spoon feed you that milk. Like, there was no formula back then, in a third world country. And so my sister still is someone very special to me, and like a second mom. And so she would come home crying, dude. And one day I just felt like I needed to say something, give her some kind of hope. And I said, she was crying, and I said, hey, one day I'm going to be so rich that you'll never have to work again. And so I'm happy to report now, for the last 15 years, she's been working for me full time, doing absolutely nothing, making a lot of money with health benefits, doing absolutely nothing. Basically, she takes care of my mom and dad. My mom recently died 6 weeks ago. She looks after my dad. And that's how I want it to be for my sister. She worked her tail off. She sacrificed a lot. But I share this with you because I remember early on at 7 years old, I'll never be broke again. Like, I'll never be broke again. And I will always help people with my money. I will weaponize my money. Like, that was ingrained in me. It's like something so traumatic happened that money is going to be my superpower. Mm-hmm. And so I was never going to be in a place where, because you'll see this happen. Someone's like, dude, Allie Gilbert. She's a mutual friend. She's also my coaching client. She was telling me the other day, I don't know who it is, but some person puts on an event, and for the last 20 years, they've been putting on the event, and every year there's less and less attendance. And in my head, my brain goes to like, what is the pivot? Like, can this person do a pivot to make this event, to rebrand it, make it fresh, fill it up, quadruple the event? Like, because if your gym, if your event, if your thing is getting less and less, your quality of life is reducing as well, especially while there's inflation. So life gets more expensive. You're making less money. You have to lower the quality of life. And I was like, the hell, if I'm going to lower my quality of life and I'm going to lose these gym owners because their gyms are losing one-on-one personal training clients. So for me, I wasn't going to settle for an eroding business model that put me in a position of having to lower my quality of life. Yeah. I needed to make the pivot. And so I've always been of the 3 R's. I need to become resourceful, resilient, and relentless in the way I think. And resourceful meaning when you don't have the resources, figure it out. Resilient meaning like fall 100 times, get up 101 times. Relentless meaning like do it like your life depends on it. Do it like your life depends on it. And enough people don't do that. If they did, they would find the pivots, they would find the avenue, and they would continue to make enough pivots to thrive their business. So for me, as my 7-figure formula mastermind was starting to shrink, I launched Fit Body Bootcamp, taking the outdoor boot camps indoors. And then I got 20 of my coaching clients to become licensees. This is before it became a franchise, become licensees to prove the model. They already trusted me. So I proved the model, and I was like, dude, if you become a licensee, I keep coaching you for free. You don't have to pay me $1,800 a month anymore. Just pay the $1,997 a month for my licensing fee, right? They're like, wait, I pay you less. I convert to group training because my one-on-one training sucks. I go, and if this works well, I'm going to scale it. So literally, as my 7-figure formula mastermind is shrinking, Fit Body Bootcamp is growing. And that is how I replaced that money, and my quality of life did not change. Now, 2 years later, 2012, the great state of California came to me and said, hey, you've got 118 locations, all licensed at this point, and you're operating as a franchise. And so there's these few check boxes that exist in the franchising world. Like if Dave Tate says, hey, Bedros, you can open up an elite FTS in Southern California. And I do. And you go, hey, I'm going to open up another one. But don't worry, I'm going to give you a 6-mile protected area. So this other licensee is going to be just 6 miles away from you. Cool. You're doing that to make sure that we are collaborative and not going to kill each other. Like CrossFit, for example. I got no beef with CrossFit, but they'll open up a CrossFit across the street from each other, and because it's a licensing program, that's what an affiliate is. And may the best man win. I didn't want that. So I gave a protected territory. Well, as it turns out, I had crossed the line into franchising. And so they wanted to fine me $2,500 per location that I had, because I was a California company. I'm like, if you fine me this, I'm going to file for bankruptcy. All these 118 locations that have signed a lease, opened up, some are about to open up. I coach them. They're not going to have anyone to coach them. They've signed a lease. They're likely to fail. Is there anything we can do? And to the credit of California, maybe this was a different California in the mid 2000s. They agreed. The Franchise Tax Board agreed. And they said, don't sell another licensed location until you become a franchise. Took me 11 months to become an official franchise, and $85,000 to get your FA franchise agreement, FDD, franchise disclosure document, all the shit. And there's 13 other states that you have to become a franchise individually through that state. 11 months. And at that point, again, more adversity, right? But again, how do you pivot through it? Again, what's the pivot? Can I negotiate with them? Can I beg them? Can I ask? If not, I was going to, okay, whatever this fine is going to be, can I pay it over 15 years? And if at the end they say no, I was going to figure out how to turn my licensees back into coaching clients and but I'm not going to lower the quality of my life. Back to resourcefulness, resilience, relentlessness. I'm not going to lower the quality of my life. Like that is a known, because I got a lot of people depending on me, man. I'm always going to pay for my sister's quality of life. I've now got over 70 employees worldwide, and I don't want a lot of employees. So I always have businesses that are efficient. But anyways, all this to tell you that California gave me that break. 11 months, I sold nothing, no new licensees. We became a franchise. And again, there's also some dumb luck. I really believe the universe will conspire with you if you are actively trying to do the right thing. And so I was trying to do right by my licensees, and I really didn't want to go out of business and not be able to support them. And so as I became a franchise, I'm like, all right, well, guys, how many of you are willing to convert into a franchise? Like, would you guys do this for me? Convert. Of the 118, 60 of them converted into a franchise. Yeah, we'll sign that franchise agreement. Here's where the dumb luck comes in. This is now around 2014. The next year, I'm in Inc. Magazine's fastest growing franchise. Entrepreneur Magazine's top 200 fastest growing franchises. Because in 1 year, we got 60 new locations. Franchise locations. But all I did is take licensees and convert them, right? I had no idea that like franchise, there's a massive scoreboard for franchises. For food, for gas stations, for fitness. And so, dude, as soon as we hit the Inc. 5,000 list and Entrepreneur Magazine's top 200 list, we started getting more applications in of people who wanted franchises. And the Fit Body Bootcamp just started to scale 2015, 2016, 2017. At that point we're at 600 and some odd locations. And I'm like, holy shit, like I've got a legit business here. And it blew my mind. But I really credit all that to the ability to be resourceful, resilient, and relentless in wanting to serve my customers and clients, like that Disney way of like not promising a horse and delivering a unicorn, rather than promising a unicorn and delivering a donkey, as
Yeah.
most people do. And by doing that, and then by constantly pivoting and saying my quality of life will not erode, it will always get better no matter the economy, I was able to make those pivots. And the universe, I've had many attempts, many times where the universe decided to help me out, give me a little boost.
Yeah.
But I believe it's because I showed the universe that I'm not going to quit and I'm going to do right. And the universe goes, man, let me help you out. Let me open the door.
Well, the next slam or a sledgehammer to come to your head was, it was either in 2020 or around that same area. You had a mass exodus of employees, and one of your employees burned all the contracts. So was that during 2020 or was that before that?
No. So 2020 was its own.
So I thought it was its own thing. So where does that one come in?
It's good old Shannon. Good old Shannon. I wish in my book I could have used her name, but the publisher didn't want me to. I still have so much hate towards this woman. But this is an example of my poor leadership. So I also have to point the finger at me. So there was this chick named Shannon who worked for me. She was my director of operations right around the time when we were converting from licensing to franchising. So maybe around 2015, mid 2015. Yeah, before 2017. So mid to late 2015, we're converting. I had about 9 employees at the time between my coaching business and Fit Body Bootcamp. So this is between 2 companies. We're renting a tiny little place from this divorce attorney who's just angry at the world. Her name is Rosanna Mitchell. Wouldn't even let me put up a sign, dude. We put up like an 8.5 by 11 that says Fit Body Bootcamp so that in case you're going to come visit.
Yeah, you know where to go.
Yeah, you know where to go. So Shannon was my director of operations. I was a poor communicator. I was a poor leader. I was a poor decision maker. I made decisions based off emotions and not through processing through the right moves. Yes, I was a good marketer. I'd learned how to market, which is how everything grew. But in terms of now leading a team, communicating with them, setting a vision, expectations, I was horrible at. So now it's like I learned all this from Jim Franco. I learned all this from Joe Polish and Dean Graciosi and Wyatt Woodsmall. Time for new lessons. And that new lesson was leadership. And it was taught to me before Shannon left and screwed things up, I had 3 people leave on the same day. My 2 web developers, and one of the web developers' girlfriends worked for me. She did support from my tiny little software that I have at the time called Fit Pro Newsletter. It's email marketing for personal trainers. So out of 9 employees, 3 leave. A third of my employees left, right? And I felt abandoned. 4 weeks later, I go to lunch. I come back from lunch and I look at Shannon's desk and it's cleared off. You know, she had pictures of her and her boyfriend and there's her coffee cup and it's all cleared off. Now, me and Shannon, I was very passive aggressive. I didn't know how to communicate well. And I could tell that she was trying to slow the growth of my business down. And I think she had some fears that if my business grew, that she would be replaced. And she was not wrong. And so I could tell that somehow, why do we have X number of locations, but the revenue is not quite matching up? And every now and again, I would find 5 or 6 locations where we're not charging a licensing fee. And I'd be like, hey, Shannon, can you charge these people? Oh, their cards might have been expired. And I never really paid attention. But in hindsight, we'd look back and their cards weren't. She would just never charge them. So she would always throttle my business. I always found a way to keep growing it, but it's like you're growing it against resistance, right? And I knew it was her, but I didn't really want to check and I didn't want to confront and So I was really passive aggressive with her and she was passive aggressive with me, which also on what planet should a boss allow an employee to be so passive aggressive with them? So anyway, I come back from this lunch break that I was on. I look at her desk. It's all cleared off. Things haven't clicked yet. I'm looking around and everyone's kind of working, clicking away. And then I could smell something, Dave, like chemicals. I'm like, what the fuck am I smelling? And I see 2 trash bags in the corner, brown, hefty trash bags. And I'm following the smell and it's coming from there. And we had a little kitchenette where there was a coffee. And so now I'm smelling chemicals and coffee. I open one of the trash bags and I see so back then our franchise agreements were all on paper, right? And she had taken out of the filing cabinet all the franchise agreements, poured them into the trash bags, poured carpet cleaning solution and coffee on them, shaking them up, I imagine, tied a knot, cleared off her desk, locked me and everyone out of their email addresses, because she had access to our Google account or whatever, and left. I was such a poor leader that no one was willing to. She did it there in front of everyone, dude.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
talking like the whole office was assigned to this corner. There was like at the time
Mhm.
like 6 of us, right? So because the 3 had left, it's not like no one saw. But one, no one respected me, so why would they want to look out for me? And number 2, I never did anything to communicate well with them and to really look after
Mhm.
them. It was always just passive aggressive energy. So they just let that happen. And so when I found out, Joan at the time had just started, my assistant. She's going on her 10th year with me now. I think she's 8 years now with me. But we were literally peeling wet contracts with like smeared numbers on it and laying it on the ground, letting it air out. And if you could read the number, we would process that card. And if we couldn't, we'd reach out and go, hey, we're just updating our files. We're going digital. And Dave, can you just give us your credit card number again?
Mhm.
And we made it happen. But that was such a hard lesson that my journey of becoming a better leader started there.
How did you know to circle that back? Because granted, everything, if you're a business owner, is your responsibility.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
accountable for
yeah,
everything.
yeah.
But you're also going to be pissed,
Yeah.
right? And it's easy to push the blame off
Mhm.
on all that. And again, you had to circle back and pivot to put the accountability on yourself to realize that this is me. Like, this happened because I'm a shitty leader.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now I need to become a better leader.
Yeah.
So what catalyst outside of that? Because there has to be something.
Yeah.
Somebody you're talking to that says, dude, look, you probably deserve this.
Yeah. You're spot on. And your instincts are 100% accurate because I'm too dense. I'm a late bloomer in every category of life. Like I realize things later in life. Like I'm 49 now and having like these epiphanies about myself. Like I thought work-life balance didn't exist. I always used to say, it's a work-life mix. And if you found your vocation, I'm all about that, man. I'm intense. Like when you were doing powerlifting, like it's all right. But it turns out there's a balance in life. And if you don't have this thing that you're looking for, you will dive all into your work. And I do love my work and I serve humanity in the highest way that I can, what I believe is my calling. But when you find this other part of your life, a relationship or whatever that you really want to explore and enjoy, and you realize I can create a balance and I do deserve a balance. So anyways, I'm learning so much about myself, but because I'm a late bloomer, I wish I could have said those 3 people quitting 4 weeks later, Shannon doing that would have been like, dude, you're the problem. Not those 3 or not Shannon.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like
Nope.
that.
Instead, I was all feeling sulky and down. And I hate even telling you this, but I would go to the gym to work out and I would sit in the parking lot because I was so down on myself. I would sit in the parking lot, crack the windows and listen to Howard Stern. I'm a big Howard Stern fan, especially back then. And one day Howard Stern had a dude on his radio station. So my whole workout, like I'm going to go work out for 45 minutes. I'd listen to Howard Stern and I'd be like, any minute now I'm going to go work out. 45 minutes is done. I got to go back. So I'd skip a workout. And Howard Stern is talking to a dude named Howard Wasden. Howard Wasden was a Navy SEAL. And so he had written a book called Memoirs of a Navy SEAL Sniper or Memoirs of a Navy SEAL Team 6 Sniper. So he was on SEAL Team 6, which now we know is the team that killed Osama bin Laden. And Howard Wasden is, telling stories from his book because he's on a book tour. And Howard Stern is like, everybody, you should go buy his book. I highly endorse it. And hey, I like Howard Stern. So he says, go buy his book. That same shopping center where the gym was, the 24-hour fitness that I work out, there's a Barnes & Nobles. Walk right in, go buy Howard Wasden's book, and I'm reading it. I start learning things like emotional discipline and what the difference is between reacting to something versus responding to something. And he talks about how it could just be 10 minutes of you just taking a moment to go, why is this happening? Are they doing this to me? Or are they just making a bad decision and it's affecting me? If I say that Dave did something and he's doing it to me, I'm going to react. I'm going to probably regret that. But if Dave did something and he did it selfishly for his benefit, but it somehow negatively affected me, if I just take a moment, I could respond and go, oh, I see. He's one of my personal trainers. He decided to steal 10 clients. He probably justified by saying, B's got a lot of gyms. He's got a lot of clients. It's no big deal. But really, those 10 clients, I'm losing that EFT, right? And then now there's like this fallout. I'm going to lose other clients because they're going to tell them. But I used to be the guy that would think everyone's doing everything to me. I'm the victim. My locus of control was external. I have gone massively stoic over the last decade and everything is internal. Like if, God forbid, something happened to my daughter and my son in California today, it's my fault. Like I should have known and I should have planned and I should have fixed that so nothing happens to them. And so, I'm reading this guy's book, man, and I'm learning about emotional discipline, about how they have a mission and their mission gets done no matter what. But before they launch on a mission, they have a vision of that mission. Is it a kill? Is it a capture? Is it a reconnaissance? Because you can't, people think Navy SEALs go out and kill all the time. Most of the time, they're either gathering information to then do a strategic airstrike, but they have to go very close to see like, all right, this guy's making roadside bombs, but there's homes with children in it all around. Can we send a Hellfire missile right on that house? Or is there going to be fallout? What is his pattern of life to catch him in the house? They'll be like on a mountainside for fucking 3-4 days, right? And so, this guy's explaining all that. I'm like, fuck. Back then, if you asked me, Bedros, how many Fit Body Bootcamp locations do you want? I would say a lot. But when do you want them by? As soon as possible, Dave. What kind of a vision is that? It's so unclear. So no one knows what a lot is or as soon as possible is. They're talking about how they have good, better, best outcomes. So if we launch from here and the helicopter drops us off there and then we have to hike 400 meters to the place, either to kill, to capture, to take reconnaissance photos, we're getting there no matter what. But what is a good, it's called the speed wheel that these guys have. And they go, best case scenario, nothing goes wrong. No one sees us. We're there in 3 hours. Worst case scenario, we're there in 18 hours. Middle case scenario, whatever, 12 hours. But we're going to be there. So they had mission planning, vision planning, prioritize and execute. Like, all right, you're about to blow up that house. But also one of your buddies twisted his ankle. But also one of the guys is dehydrated. And also the helicopter is going to pick you up is now having weather delay. Prioritize and execute. You got to solve all 4 of those things. Right? I didn't have any of that. So I'm learning so much leadership through reading this guy's book. I was literally listening to Howard Stern, sulking, and reading this guy's book when I got it. That book leads me to another book from Navy SEALs and another one. I realized like these guys are just badass fucking leaders. Like they'll take, 7 to 10 SEALs, maybe even like 3 SEALs, and they will bring the firepower of like a platoon of like 100 like Marines. The way they orchestrate shit from air power to everything. And so I realized so much of it is vision, mission planning, so much of it is communication. I did not know how to communicate. Communication is tell, show, do. So if Dave wants me to do a proper squat, he's going to tell me how to do it. Then he's going to show me how to do it. Then he's going to watch me do it, make me do it, and then give me feedback. So before, the old me was like, hey, we need a new website for Fit Body Bootcamp. I want it to look like this. Can you get it to me as soon as possible? Well, what I just asked for probably requires a lot of data entry information. So they're like, as soon as possible is 4 months. I want it in my head in 4 weeks. Now I'm all pissy with them after 4 weeks. Where's the fucking website? How come you didn't give it to me? But there was no tell, show, do. And when they gave me the website, I said I wanted to do this stuff, but I didn't show them exactly how I wanted. I should have given some examples. So I learned so much from these books, man. And I realized like our elite war fighters are some of the greatest leaders on the planet. And they were not necessarily all born with factory installed leadership. They were taught. Well, if they could be taught, I could be taught. And I realized like, and they said how complacency kills, and they learned their lessons through loss of blood. I was like, oh, complacency kills in my industry. And I learned my lessons through loss of money. And currently I'm losing money. And so maybe my problem isn't marketing, scaling, sales, referrals. My problem is leadership. So through these books, these authors spoke to me and brought to my attention that I need to become a better leader, better communicator, better vision planner, mission planner, being able to prioritize and execute, being able to manage my emotions, not to be reactive, but to be responsive. And just because, look, one of their guys gets killed on a mission, they can't just go whacking everyone. They have to maintain emotional discipline and still capture that guy if it's a capture mission because they need to pump him for information. Imagine that. And here I am being a little bitch because this chick put fucking carpet cleaning solution and coffee on my contract, and I'm being sulking in my car and being pouty about it. Like, where's the emotional discipline there? And so I learned so much from there that I just started to invest in leadership books. And now I went down this rabbit hole of leadership books, leadership courses, leadership training. So it's almost like new levels, new devils as I grew and saw the problem of my business, whereas it was grow, and then collapse. Grow, collapse. Yeah, I would grow 3 rungs on the ladder and I would collapse 2. I would grow 3 rungs on the ladder, collapse 2. But each of those collapses kind of took away time, took away revenue that I would have to make up. And I was always finding my way of trying to hustle and make money because I was always maybe trying to refinance the house to create this new level of growth or max out these credit cards. And that's pretty stressful, man. That's pretty stressful. And so leadership is the foundation that a great business with marketing, sales, services, systems is built on. I built an empire on sand, and it continued to collapse until I went back and fortified that foundation.
Yeah, well, you can only grow to your level of competence.
Yes.
Then it's going to, something's going to come hit.
Yeah.
When did therapy come into the fold? Was that then, or was that in 2020?
Shortly after that. So you imagine Shannon leaves and causes that disaster. Now, Joan had just started with me months earlier, and I talked about it in my book. I was like, dude, you got to level up, because she's the only solid employee you have. If she figures out what a shit show you are, she's going to bounce.
Mm-hmm.
Those three, the two programmers and the girlfriend of the programmer left, who was my customer service rep. And so all that led to this anxiety attack that I had in early 2016, late 2015. And so my main house across the pool deck and above the garage is a separate detached garage, is a guest house. And I have drum sets up there. At the time, I just went up there to play drums because I play the drums. It was a Sunday night. I was playing the drums. I play with my bare feet when I do the pedals. So I had taken my shoes off, left my shoes in the guest house, went back home, went to bed. Monday morning comes. Hey, where are my tennis shoes? That's right. They're upstairs in the guest house. Walk across the pool deck, go up the staircase. As I bend down to pick up my shoes, all of a sudden my heart starts racing, tunnel vision, both arms start tingling. My throat kind of closes up. And I remember, like, in anatomy class, you learn, like, when a heart attack is happening, like, one of the arms are tingling. It's like, fuck, I don't remember what's tingling, but I got both arms tingling. Obviously, this is the big one. And right now, at that point, I'm like 37, 38 years old. And I'm thinking I'm having a heart attack. I didn't know that it was an anxiety attack at the moment. And in that moment, all I could think, I accepted death very quickly. And I remember thinking, who's going to walk Chloe down the aisle? That's my job as her dad. Who's going to teach Andrew, my son, to be a modern day knight? That was my commitment as a father. And so I figured, well, if I could, then the next thing that runs through my head is, if they find me here in the guest house late tonight, because they thought that I left for work, the family, I don't know why my brain went to this, but, like, I'm going to be bloated, rigor mortis, I'm going to look ugly. I don't want them to find me that way. If I could just somehow stumble down the staircase, and if I die on the pool deck, they're going to find me in the next couple hours. At least I won't be so fucked up looking. It won't be traumatic for my family. That's all that's running through my head. I don't know if it was just the movement. I don't know if it was the fresh air, but these symptoms just went away slowly as I'm going down the staircase and across the pool deck. And I'm left, like, in this puddle of sweat. I'm like, well, I got shit to do. Don't know what this was, but it's a Monday morning. I got to go to work. So I put on my shoes, go to work. The next day I go to the doctor. I made a doctor's appointment because I really thought I was having a heart attack. They do an EKG test. Hey, your heart's fine. Everything's fine. What's going on with you otherwise? And turns out it was just work stress that had it compounded. In hindsight now, I can remember feeling these little blips of anxiety, but not coining it that was anxiety attack. Like, I had a business partner with Fit Body Bootcamp. That's something that I don't often talk about, but I had a business partner, great human being, one of the funniest dudes I ever met. Just, we ran business two separate ways. So I ended up buying him out. But there was a time when I knew I wanted to divorce him as my business partner. I kept putting off that conversation. He drove a Corvette. I would hear his Corvette driving up to our HQ, and my heart would start racing. And I would start getting these feelings of, now I can put the word to it, anxiety. That's how anxious I was. So this big panic attack happened. My body's trying to shut me down. The doctor tells me you're fine, puts me on Xanax. 4 or 5 days into Xanax, I realized, like, this is not working for me. So I call him. I'm like, hey, I've got no creativity, no desire to work. Good thing is I feel amazing.
Yeah, you can't do shit.
I can't do shit. I go, what's my alternative? He goes, well, you can get off that and do talk therapy. And in my head, I'm like, talk therapy is for broken people, right? Like, I don't need that. But I reluctantly went and got a therapist. And it wasn't until my third therapist, Kevin Downing, who's just a fucking amazing human being, man. Looks like Einstein with no eyebrows. If you want to picture, like, an older dude, white hair, just uncombed.
How do you know the first ones weren't for you?
So the first one I found, she was this woman, and probably in her 30s, so about my age. Didn't have a lot. I can tell she didn't have a lot of experience. Whatever. It was like a Google search. I found her, went, and I was just telling her the amount of stress that I'm dealing with. I was just kind of vomiting at the mouth. And she started getting weepy and started crying. And this was like the second session. First session, it was small talk. Second session, she starts getting weepy and crying. And I'm like, holy fuck. One, she's not going to be able to help me. Two, I realized I don't think I want a woman as a therapist. So then I went and looked for a second one. Second one was a dude in his 30s. He wasn't as assertive as I would have liked. I'm a bit of a bull. I have a very intense personality. And if I don't want to talk about something, I'm not gonna. And I know sales and persuasion. And so I can kill a whole hour with the therapist, getting them to talk about their life because I don't want to talk about my life. Yeah. So 4 or 5 sessions in, we've gotten nowhere now, right? I'm like, this motherfucker's charging me. I'm upset at him, even though I'm the one.
Yeah, you're manipulating it. Yeah.
Right. So then I find another one. So it's like through process of elimination. Okay, I need a male. Okay, now I need a male who's got a strong personality, older dude who's got experience. Now I'm like looking at pictures like on Yelp, right? And so I find Kevin Downing in Brea, California. You know, he's in his early 60s, seasoned. Like first session, a lot of small talk. Why are you here? Whatever. Hey, I got anxiety, and I'm very like outcome driven. Like, Kevin, I'm dealing with anxiety attacks. I had one so bad. I never want to have one again. What tools can you give me? The doctor says. He goes, well, I can give you tools to deal with that. I'm like, great. What's the one thing I got to do? He goes, there is no one thing. He goes, but what if I give you one tool that gives you 20% less anxiety attacks? And I give you another tool that gives you 10% less anxiety attacks. And I give you another one that gives you 5% less anxiety attacks. Fine. Right? I go, how long will it take? He goes, 4 or 5 weeks. So in 4 weeks, dude, I started feeling like a champ using all his tools. He taught me HALT, hungry, angry, lonely, tired. When you're hungry, angry, lonely, tired, HALT. You're more likely to have an anxiety attack. The alcoholic is more likely to go back to drinking. The drug fiend is more likely. So handle your HALT, hungry, angry, lonely, tired. Deal with it. Fix it. Get sleep. Get food. Get companionship and love. Like we're not supposed to just float through life without that, right? Then he taught me anxiety is anticipation of future pain. Okay, got it. Oh, that's right. I was feeling all this anxiousness with my business partner because I was anticipating the fallout of the argument we're going to have. So for over a year, I never talked to him about it, but I would be very tense with him, right? And I'd have all these weird feelings when I could hear his Corvette coming. I would rather almost fight him. I was so tense with him. I was trying to start a fight. Like I'd rather fight, like throw fists, than sit down and have a conversation about we need to separate. Like how fucking stupid is that? And so anxiety is anticipation of future pain. And then, of course, action alleviates anxiety. And so he teaches me these things, give me tools, whatever, set up a better morning routine. And dude, I'm feeling like a champ. 4 sessions in. Thanks, Kevin. I'm done. I'm signing the credit card slip. And he goes, hey, before you leave, like, we never talked about your life as a kid. We just talked about the tools you need to deal with your work-related anxiety. Because again, I'm a dog on a bone. I'm like, I need to grow this empire. Help me fix this. Everything else is fine. And it wasn't. And so I'm standing at his door. It's a 2-story building. Across from me, it's a tiny little office. Across from me is the plate glass window that I sit next to on his couch. And then behind me is his door, the second door that goes down the staircase to my car. I'm signing the credit card slip. And he goes, so how was your childhood? I was like, oh, fine, whatever, great childhood. I told you the story. I'm an immigrant, came to the country, da-da-da. He's like, yeah. Well, how was it with your parents? He goes, all parents do some kind of damage to their kids. I'm like, things with my parents were fine. My mom and dad, they come from a communist country, so they're a little heavy-handed. So, and I cracked a joke, like all my American friends, they'd be put on restriction. The first time, dude, I remember in one of those apartments that we lived in, my friend Scott, I went and knocked on his door. Hey, Scott, can you come out and play? No, I'm on restriction. What is restriction? I can't watch TV. I can't play with my G.I. Joes, and I can't come out and play with you guys for 2 weeks. I was like, my God. And I remember telling him, like, dude, I was like 10 years old. I was like, can your mom or dad just like hit you a few times and then you learn your lesson and come out? Or like, dude, I got so many great stories that I like, right? And he, like his eyes like turned to saucers, right? Because that's how things were handled in my house. Like my dad would just whoop my ass, and if I could somehow break away and get to the restroom and hide until he cools off, or when my mom realized that it was enough, like those UFC refs, she would jump in and break up the fight, and
it's over then.
It's over, and then I'm still running to the bathroom. Side story to the side story. third, fourth grade teacher tees up a conversation. Hey, kids, child abuse can look like these ways: emotional, verbal, physical, whatever. Have any of you been yelled at? Whatever, some hands go up. Have any of you been cussed at by your parents? The hands go up. Have any of you been hit by your parents? My hand goes up. Bro, that's the teacher. The teacher is the authority, right?
Mm-hmm.
My hand goes up. 2 days later, we're sitting with the principal, the teacher, my parents, and they are telling my dad that, like, you hit your child. No, I do not. You hit your child, he says. No, I do not. They look at me. Does he hit you? No, he doesn't. My dad looked at me and I knew the answer.
Mm-hmm.
No, he doesn't. Man, I got the beating of my life that night.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to explain, like, that's the teacher. You told me to do what the teacher says. I raised my hand. Like, you don't ever fucking talk about that. It's like, okay, got it. So anyway, so I'm telling Kevin now, like, these funny stories. And I'm like, but, honestly, I enjoyed the beatings over being put on restriction. That's such a harsh punishment when you're put on restriction. Like, how can you not watch Gilligan's Island?
For 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks, man. Like Mary Ann, Ginger, they're smoking hot, right? And so Kevin's laughing. I go, but honestly, like, all the beatings my dad gave me were nothing compared to what happened to me in Armenia. I had never thrown anything like that out there. And he stops and he goes, wait, the beatings your dad would give you were nothing compared to what happened to you? What happened to you? And I just broke down and started crying, Dave. So now I'm crying at his doorway, credit card slip in my hand, and I'm thinking one of two things. Like, I can't move. And he's starting to ask me questions like, were you abused in some other way? And I'm nodding my head, yes. Words are not coming out of my mouth anymore. Now it's like uncontrollable crying. And I realized in 4 weeks, this man built such rapport with me that I felt safe. I felt vulnerable. I felt like I just threw that nugget out. It was almost like my subconscious mind was like asking for help, even though my conscious mind was like, shut the fuck up and get out of here, right? Dude, my legs were locked. I can't move now. He's asking me questions. I'm nodding my head, yes and no. Was it, were you raped? No. Were you molested? Yes. Was it by a babysitter? No. I should shake my head crying. But I'm looking through the plate glass window and I'm debating whether it's going to be easier to try and take a few steps and smash my way through the glass and get to my truck, or if is there any way I can muster up enough strength and energy to turn around and just run down the staircase. That's what's processing through my head as he's asking me these questions. And then finally, I'm able to kind of gather myself enough and I go, look, Kevin, what happened to that little boy, what happened with that little boy, I've dealt with. And he goes, I get it. He goes, I'm just so sorry that happened to you, Bedros. I was like, yeah, what happened to that little boy I've dealt with? He goes, Bedros, can I tell you something? Sure. What? Can you say what happened to me I've healed? Start crying again. Same snot's coming out. I'm like, this motherfucker, right? And I know, like, it's weird. There's this duality of conversation in my head. One, you have to leave. Two, this is it. You have to stay and deal with this finally. Like, you can't run from this anymore. So I was molested by 2 older boys in Armenia over and over again in this like community that we lived in. And they told me that if I ever told anyone, like, I'd get in trouble. And so never told anyone. Kept it to myself, never told anyone. Now here I am in my mid-30s. Like, turns out like that's been like the subconscious negative self-talk that's been happening in the back of my head and impacted many bad decisions that I've made with women, with business, with being violent. Like, I could trace back a lot of my bad decisions in life, especially throughout my 20s, to what happened to me as a kid. And so Kevin's like, you can't say that I've healed. Nope. He goes, that's called disassociation. And that's the first step in creating multiple personalities. I'm like, holy fuck. Here I am ready to leave this guy's office for good. He gave me these tools. My anxiety's fine. I've worked with it. I've got like tangible stuff I could do to manage my anxiety and grow my business. I'm becoming a better leader. Now I just teed this up for him. And he goes, would you like to come next week and talk about it? I'm like, sure. Something, I don't want to have multiple personality disorder. Disassociation, separating myself from the child that I was, is the first step in that. So we spent the next 15 months, every Monday, same day, same time, 6 p.m. I was his last patient for the day every Monday. And I chose Mondays because they're the most intense work days for me. So I I felt like more open. I could tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear because I'm just so beat up by the day, on Mondays. And dude, we put so many words to feelings I had. The three biggest words were shame, rage, and confusion. Shame, because I was embarrassed by the fact that this had happened to me as a kid. And I was embarrassed by the fact that this had happened to me as a kid. No one can find out. If my friend Dave Tate finds out, he's going to think I'm gross or I'm a loser or like I'm fucking somehow bad or broken. Like no one, no coworkers, anyone. So there's a shame. Rage, like how the fuck did this happen to me? Why didn't the babushkas, in Russian that means grandmas, all these, so in the Armenian culture, the Russian culture, the grandmas, they're like the mafia. So like if we're friends and you live in that house, I live in this house, he lives in that house, and grandparents live with their kids and the kids, etc. The adults are out working. All the doors are open. The grandmas are always making food, doing laundry, hanging them up on the clotheslines. There was no dryers back then in Armenia. And so I can go into Dave's, if we're friends, I can go into your house with you and eat. There's always food sitting there for the men who are going and coming in from work. But your grandma would make sure my hands were washed, and if my shoes were off, and if it wasn't, she'd grab me by the ear, make me take my shoes off, take me to the bathroom, and like discipline me. So I'm like, these fucking grandmas were so vigilant about like managing us kids, yet they never saw me being molested in the carport like 20 yards away, right? Like, I'm sure they did. Why didn't they save me? Why didn't they do anything? So I had that rage. I had this anger in me. And then confusion. Did I do something to invite older boys to do this to me? Am I gay? Am I secretly gay? And I'm telling this to Kevin, and he's belly laughing. He goes, hey, did you ever look at gay magazines? I go, no. Did you ever look at gay porn? I go, nope. He goes, you're not gay. I was like, oh my God. All right. Well, I sure left a trail of heartbroken women trying to prove to the world that I'm not gay. And so the fact that he was able to put words to feelings and emotions that I had, and we processed through that, he had me write a letter to myself. Hey, Bedros, between the ages of 4 and 6 in Armenia, you were molested by 2 older boys, but today you are ... It took me about 3 months to write that. I tried writing it on my phone. That didn't work. I didn't want to do it. I tried writing it on my laptop. That didn't work. Let me try pen and pencil, or paper and pencil. That didn't work. And finally, I gave myself a deadline. There was a Thanksgiving coming up, and I'm like, you are not allowed. I'm very extreme. I go, you're not allowed to be at that Thanksgiving dinner table if you don't write that fucking letter for Kevin, for yourself. But Kevin was like, send it to me when you're done. We'll read through it. So the day before Thanksgiving, I write 11 pages, sitting it in the parking lot of Starbucks on my laptop, kind of hijacking their Wi-Fi. Finished it, the Word doc, tears everywhere, sent it off to Kevin, and I could do Thanksgiving the next day. And then we spent the next few sessions after that breaking down that letter and healing. And the way Kevin describes it is so beautiful, man. He goes, your whole life, you've gone through your life. Imagine if I give you this beach ball and I put you in a body of water in a pool where the water's up to your chest, and I go, hold this beach ball underwater. He goes, you're a strong dude, you're a committed dude, you're disciplined, and you can, and you do. But sooner or later, your arms are going to get tired, or there's a fly's going to land on your nose, and you're going to want to itch your nose. And when it does, that beach ball is going to pop right out. That's your rage. And no one can stop you when you're raging out. Because I told him the stories. It's like, fuck. He goes, would you like to take all the air out of that beach ball so you don't have to manually hold it underwater? Like, I would love that. And as he describes it today, just on my timeline of life, just like the pandemic, just like the Shannon incident, just like anything else, being molested was just a little bump on the timeline of life. It's no longer a mountain that I was trying to get everyone not to see and not to acknowledge, including myself.
So that's pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID.
Okay. So, because the next adversity comes is going to be COVID,
Yeah.
but now, right, you have the sales skills, you have the marketing skills, you have the leadership skills, you have the humility, you can control the demon within,
The monster
within.
Yeah.
And then COVID comes. So how did that, going through that adversity compare to going through the previous adversity? Because now you have all the tools, except the tools that you don't know that you don't have.
Right.
Right. But for this part,
right.
you have all the tools to be able to go into that.
Yeah.
So it's a different warrior going into this.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. So in 2018, I hired, who I told you, Bryce Henson, to be the VP of my company, vice president of my company. And the reason is like, you know, all companies are, you're either going to build to sell or to pass down to your kids. And I was building everything to sell, as Jim Franco taught me. And if my kids want to take over, great, right? So, you know, I'd position Fit Body Bootcamp to sell. And I know that if you sell, you, the CEO, have to go with it for a certain number of years, like a big company, especially if you want the full valuation, as we talked about earlier. Otherwise, the company may not be worth what it should be worth. And so I was like, the hell if I'm going to have a boss if I sell this big $200 million company. And so I brought Bryce in to be the VP, and the intention was that eventually he'd become the CEO. And if and when we have a sale, he'd go with the company. And that was the agreement. He knew that. And I gave him some equity and really good pay. And Bryce was one of our franchisees, just so you know. And I'd known him for about 10 years at that point. Solid franchisee, opened up 4 locations, like ran his locations exactly like a Fit Body Bootcamp should be run. Massively profitable on each one, etc. And so he becomes a VP of my company. That's in 2018. We identify some gaps in Fit Body Bootcamp. At this point, we have like 620, 630 locations. About 500, just over 500, open and operating. The rest in some level of development. So in the franchising world, there's development stage. Maybe you're hunting for a location, maybe you're in the build out, whatever. But the rest in development. But about 620 locations, 630 locations. And the idea was that me and Bryce would spend, and the team would spend the next year, all of 2019, plugging up all the holes that there were to grow this thing to 2,000 locations so that we can have the big exit. We spent like hundreds of thousands of dollars throughout 2019. We got CAP coaches in. CAP stands for coaching and profitability. Like we took the best Fit Body Bootcamp owners and paid them to be coaches to new Fit Body Bootcamp owners, so that in your region, so if there's someone here in the Midwest, they're a CAP coach, like Dave Tate can go to that location, to that Fit Body Bootcamp, and see how it operates, ask questions of an actual successful Fit Body owner, and not just our team who gets paid to do customer support. Like we were going to do things that no other franchise has done. And we created systems and processes on top of that. We went everything electronic and digital. We created an LMS, learning management platform, so that our 1 week Fit Body Bootcamp universities became 2 days in person. The rest was all online. So efficiency. So now we can scale faster. We created new leads flows. And so we went from 5 locations a month to 6 locations a month to 7. By the end of 2019, we were averaging 8 to 9 new franchise locations a month. Dude, all while we're debt-free now. Debt-free, self-funded. I haven't sold anything off to equity. Just given Bryce some equity in the business and a good salary. We're setting everything up. And we're going to use 2020 as our big hockey stick year. This is it, Dave. We're going to the moon. March 16th comes, and I'm running this event called The Project. So at this point, Bryce is running Fit Body Bootcamp as my VP. We've got a great team. Because of all the skill sets that I've built, I've learned to build good leaders in my companies. I'm running this 75-hour experience for men called The Project. It's physically, mentally, and emotionally overwhelming. And it's like really great healing experience for men. And I'm telling them like, hey guys, there's this thing called the coronavirus that you've been hearing about, because it's 75 hours straight. We take away their phones. They sleep in my gym, all this stuff. So they have no access to what's going on. All they knew is they flew to Chino Hills, where I live. Some of them came from a different country. And I'm telling them like, man, they're starting to cancel flights to your country and to your country. And they think we're fucking with their head, right? because that's what we do. So one of my instructors is a Navy SEAL. The other one's an angry, like sociopathic Marine. And, right. And we've been fucking with them the whole time. Like, hey, look, guys, we got burritos for everyone. And then we just like dump them and like, sorry, you're not eating. We keep them hydrated, but starving. And so they think we're fucking with their head. I'm like, no, really? Like, this is what's happening, right? And they're like, whatever, right? And just half asleep. Ironically, the two, one guy from Canada, one guy from UK, who couldn't fly back, ended up staying in my gym for a week. I was like, dude, I'll put you up in my gym. You can sleep there. We have cots. We fed them and everything was fine. But I'm telling, so March 16th, so the class ends. We have our big class dinner. March 16th, I announced to all Fit Body Bootcamp owners via Facebook group that we have for our owners, hey guys, this pandemic sounds like it's the death pandemic. We're going to do what they say, and we're going to flatten the curve. We're going to shut it all down for 2 weeks. I really believed like this was what they said. But in the back of my mind, the former communist who never trusts government, because my dad really educated me to never trust authority. And because I always have an agenda, anyone of authority, especially government. While we're shut down for 2 weeks, I said, Bryce, prepare for online coaching. What would we need to do if this went on for a long period of time and we have to now train all of our fit body location owners or location clients online? He goes, well, every location would need to have a private Facebook group. That way they can do nutrition and mindset motivation throughout the day. They need a Zoom account where they could do live trainings. And if clients can't meet those live trainings, we would need to have pre-recorded workouts that we can drop one a day, every day. I said, great. In 2 weeks, how many can you guys knock out? We can knock out 30. So they were recording 2 full workouts, follow-along workouts a day for 2 weeks. Sure enough, 2 weeks comes, pandemic's extending. We pivot, because I told them, I said, we're not going to do what Orange Theory did, which is, hey, we're going to stop all your franchise fees and you need to stop charging your clients. That's the fastest way to go broke. Mm-hmm. This circles back all the way to resilience, resourcefulness, relentlessness. I will not go broke, and I will not let my franchisees go broke. And those clients need to keep working out. Like sitting at home in fear is not going to help you with this pandemic. So we make the pivot to online coaching. Everything's going great. Enough months go by, and we're realizing that like this thing's not going to open up. So that was March 16th. All of April goes by. Half of May has gone by now, and we're starting to see like Fit Body Bootcamp locations drop off. And they're like, look, not all my clients want to do online coaching, so they're stopping their payments. Can we stop our franchise fees? I'm like, no, you can't. But, we'll give you a break on it for 90 days or whatever. So we're giving them breaks. Plus, you've signed a 7-year franchise agreement. Because you got to understand this about franchises. Like, every time a franchise leaves a company, like if a Subway closes down, a Subway sandwich shop, Subway corporate has to show that in the FDD, franchise disclosure document, that Dave Tate's going to get when he wants to open up a Subway. And you're going to see all these closed locations, and you're going to, and their address and phone numbers there. You're going to call them, and you're going to, hey, what happened? You're going to blame it on HQ. You're not going to blame it on yourself. In this case, you might blame the pandemic and HQ. And so I knew that's called item 19. I didn't want my item 19 to be filled up with closed locations. So I was like, look, we'll give you a break on your franchise fees. We'll do whatever we can, but we're going to hold you to this thing. So anyway, now we're losing 5-10 locations a week. Right. And first week of June comes, we've lost now about 80 locations. Keep in mind, the pipeline has stopped. All the franchise leads that we had.
Yeah, there's no new ones.
Stopped. Yeah. So we're not onboarding any new ones. We've lost like 80 new locations. The next project class is coming up June 20th. Right. Again, another group of men are going to fly out. I'm like, fuck it. We're still running the project because it's in my gym in Chino Hills. I know all the cops. They're going to be cool with it. Everything's fine. We're running the project class. But right the week before that June 20th project class, we had a really like 50 locations like said, hey, we want out. We're closing down. And we just made the universal law. We're just going to eat it. We're going to let you out of your franchise. Like, what would Walt do? We're going to let you out of your franchise agreement. We're going to eat it. We're going to have to show this for 3 years. It's either 2 or 3 years. But we're going to be able to tell our future customers, look, this was a black swan year. Like a fucking pandemic happened. Like every franchise is going to have to show closures. So by this point now, we're well over 120, 130 locations shut down. And I remember telling Bryce, like, fuck, man, what else can go wrong? Like, what else can go wrong? I was starting to feel fucking bad for us. Like, we're working our nuts off. I've sold my 2 rental properties. We've taken the 2 PPP payments from the government. We took that EDIL loan, which is like pay it off for 1% for 20 years. We're fucking doing everything, man. Like, emptied out the 401ks, like everything. And I want to keep my staff employed. I'm about to tell them, like, you guys have to take a 20% pay cut. Otherwise, I have to let some of you go. You guys decide, do I let some of you go, or you guys want to take a 20% pay cut until further notice? And so I started to feel like, I'm like, Bryce, what else can go wrong, man? This fucking sucks. We're trying our hardest and nothing's happening. They're all working from home. Just a leadership team shows up every day. And every day I'm speaking to them, to our franchisees on that Facebook Live and just letting them know what's going on. And I'm like, hey guys, I'm drinking heavily these days. It's the only thing I could use to fall asleep. I'm sure some of you guys are too. Just be careful. You don't make this a habit or whatever. Just being fully open with them, which they appreciated. But as I'm griping to Bryce and feeling like a victim, remember I told you the universe will conspire with you when you are doing good things. The universe will also conspire with you when you are trying to attract bad things. And so as I'm griping to Bryce the week before the next project class that's going to kick off on June 20th, I'm like, what else can go wrong? This sucks. I feel this might be the end of Fit Body Boot Camp, unless by the way, private equity is coming and offering us $8 million for our franchise. $8 million. Just months earlier, we were getting offers of $60 million.
Yeah.
$8 million. They're trying to pick us up for pennies on the dollar, and I get it, right? And so it's kind of tempting, but I'm like, how dare they? I'd rather burn this thing down to the fucking ground than take it for $8 million. I'll never be able to live with myself. Again, I'm very intense. So I'm complaining to Bryce about this is very unfortunate for us. What else can go wrong? And on June 20th, class 5 of the project kicks off. 32 hours later, one of the candidates, Rick Spoon, dies in my gym. Cardiac arrest. Boom. I asked the universe, what else can go wrong? I was feeling like a victim. The universe goes, here, let me show you. Bro, I would have paid every penny I had and lost the remaining franchise locations that I had to get that man back to life. As it turns out, he had an enlarged heart. He didn't know. And, he could have been running a marathon, an Ironman, doing anything intense. And according to the coroner, that was his time, right? And there was a whole wrongful death lawsuit and we were cleared. Whatever. And that lawsuit lasted 2.5 years. That was not an easy thing to go through. Now, I'm not saying because I asked, the universe delivered, but I am saying that I asked what else can go wrong, and the universe showed me. But by the end of 2020, we had lost 218 franchise locations. By mid-2020, spring of 2021, we were able to start bringing on new locations again, and the hemorrhaging stopped. And the rebuild phase began. Happy to report today, here we are at the end of 2023. We're having our best quarters ever the last 2 years, 2022 and 2023. We've rebuilt those locations. But the pandemic tested me. I often thought that I had a rabbit's foot up my ass, if I'm a good marketer, I'm a good salesperson, I became a decent leader. And you kind of always wondered, could I be a wartime leader? Could I be a wartime leader? In 2020, for restaurants and gyms, especially in a state like California, and then when you have franchisees in conservative and liberal states, you have to help them make decisions. 2020 proved to me if I could be a wartime leader or not. And with bumps, bruises, broken bones, I'm happy to report that I think I'm a wartime leader.
That's great.
Which I never want to go through again.
Yeah. I need to use the restroom real quick.
Me too. Yeah.
One of the best ways that you can support the podcast and your training is to join the crew. When you join the crew, you get an extra crew cast podcast every single month. You also get access to our Discord, which has a training Q&A with Team Elite FTS members. You get form checks. You can upload any of your training footage and have your lifts diagnosed, sometimes within minutes, by multiple people. Access to close to 30 different ebooks, training logs, and first sign up access to our weekend training retreats, train your ass off, and other events that we do. Biggest takeaways from that, though, what people enjoy the most and get the most out of is the training Q&A and the form checks, as well as the extra podcast. Hey guys, I'm back in the gym with another limited edition apparel drop. This is the new Live, Learn, Pass On shirt. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about our cambered grip American cable attachment. This attachment has 4 grips and it's cambered. So when you flip it, it actually becomes 8 grips. And if you turn it upside down, there's actually 16. This is one of our most used cable attachments out in the gym. Even got that full range of motion. We got a second limited edition drop this month as well. Head over to EliteFTS.com, pick up the shirt, pick up the cable attachments, and we'll see you next time.
Matt with Elite FTS here at the Armory in Columbus, Ohio. This is a new build, beautiful facility. Should be opening up around November 1st, 2023. Looking at the posterior chain developer, signature version. It's going to have the logo panels on there. Reverse hypers, you can do glute ham raises, back raise, any kind of posterior chain movement you want to do on this piece. This is really good. The best thing about this, so you just step down on the release, adjust the So it makes it really easy to adjust these, no pop pins or anything of those sorts. So this is the signature posterior chain developer by EliteFTS.com.
Immigrant Health is a premium telehealth platform specializing in hormone optimization and preventative medicine. Are you looking to optimize your health in and out of the gym, improve recovery, sex drive, and quality of life? Have you tried speaking to your health professional about this and have gotten the cold shoulder, stereotyped, or just told it's part of getting older? You just go to immigranthealth.com/table talk, and you can create your own lab, or you can take labs that we've had set up for them, which are based upon the same labs that I've been doing over the last 15 years. Or you can use their guided optimization. With this, they'll put you in touch with a patient care coordinator, which is actually pretty cool because you get to sit down and speak to somebody that can understand what you're looking for from hormone optimization and the preventative medicine standpoint. After that conversation, they'll determine which labs that you should and which tests you should have done, and then from there, get the labs done. They'll review those labs with you and put you in touch with one of their hormone optimization specialists that can determine which supplementation that you should use over the counter or prescription. AmericHealth.com/table talk. The discount code is table talk. All right, we're back. So we've gotten through pretty much your timeline, you know, that I kind of had down in here. Couple things. I guess the best way to lead into this is you're in a position now to where you're in the founder role of Fit Body Boot Camp. You're in the founder role, I believe, of the supplement company as well.
Yep.
And then you have other companies that you're invested in.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't want to say that you have free time because that's an exaggeration, but you have more time to delve into new areas that you want to kind of dig into. The one thing that seems to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, the overreaching catalyst is you're working on a new book now, which that new book, I believe, is going to be structured around the content that you're putting in your podcast, the content that you're putting out on social media and all those other things. Was the book the catalyst, or were the topics leading to the book?
I honestly didn't plan on writing a second book after Man Up, but the pandemic showed me how quickly we've accelerated in the erosion of masculinity and humanity in general, in terms of sovereignty, how they're separating the classes. It's, in the next 3 years, you'll see it's only going to be the elite, the rich, and the poor. There will be no middle class in the next 3 years. Like, not that there'll be a little middle class, there will be no middle class. And so I was called, so I had this show called the Empire Podcast, where I would interview other entrepreneurs. 4 years, 209 episodes. But in 2020, I stopped the Empire Podcast, and I reluctantly felt called. I say reluctantly because I'm an introvert, man. I don't want to sit there and look down the barrel of a camera and just do a solo episode. It's easy to interview someone for me because I understand entrepreneurism. I could interview other entrepreneurs, share it on social media, get coaching clients out of it, whatever, add value to the world. But I felt called, like I need to speak to men, to their hearts, wake them up. And so as I started doing my show, and it just grew, the Bedros Keuilian show grew faster than Empire Podcast ever could, like by 100x. I realized I've tapped onto something here. And for some reason, my voice and the way I deliver speaks to the hearts of men. And I'm grateful for that massively. And I think it's because I've openly showed my journey of just being this fucking broken, degenerate peasant of a man who has become what I consider a pretty solid human being. And I still believe I'm filling up paying back my karmic debt to humanity from all my years of being a shitbag. But I think that's why men can relate to me. And so the idea of this book came about. And yet, believe it or not, you're the first person I'm actually openly talking to about this, about the second book. I don't know when it's going to come out. Probably in the next 2 years. Writing a book was the hardest thing I've ever done.
No, I've done it's a process.
Fuck, right? Dude, the publisher, when they sent me my advance, I can't tell you, 3 times I've emailed them saying, I'm going to send your fucking money back. I'm not writing this book. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a marketer. I'm not an author, because I had so much imposter syndrome. I remember reading reading some books on how to write books. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing reading these books? I need to read a book on leadership. I need to learn how to read books on how to scale, how to dominate in industries. Like, this isn't for me. And because you're in the new waters, new territories. And I felt like an imposter. But each time I was like, what would you tell a coaching client? All right, go get some wins. So I would go do some burpees, then run 10 sprints up my driveway and go back to typing my book. But anyway, second book is on its way, and it has, I don't know when. I don't know if it'll be self-published. My publisher, Ben Bella, wants to publish it. He was like, I don't even know what it's going to be. He goes, this one blew up, Man Up blew up, and I want the other one as well, and I'll give you whatever terms you want.
I self-published mine just because of the shit that you're talking about. And the only reason I wanted to write it is and it was 15 years ago or whatever, is if I passed away, I wanted something for my kids.
Exactly.
That was it.
And that was kind of what Man Up was going to be as well. Like, if it helps people, great. But at least there's something between that and my podcast. I got something for my kids. Yeah.
Now, before we get into some of these topics, I want to cover something here, because some people will pigeon you into, far right, which is fucked up. But when you have a business, and I think this needs to be stated for anybody that's speaking on masculinity or the issues that you're speaking about. When you have a business for as long as what you have, there's certain decisions that you have to make outside of the big ones that we talked about that you can't impulse make.
Correct.
We do, right? And those are mistakes, right? But you have to look at this and say, okay, A, is this a problem? Then B, if it is a problem, what's this side of the issue? Say two employees are having issues. What's their story? Then what's their story? And then you have to do a deep dive to try to figure out what the fuck is actually going on. What is the real truth or closest to the truth?
Because in that scenario, it's all politics.
Exactly. Right. And that's what goes on kind of with politics as well. People just go one funnel and not stop to think, now, wait a minute, why does the other side think this way? And then at least try to see if there's perspective there. Sometimes there's not. But when you have franchises in different states, you're doing that. You got to kind of go through this and say, okay, what's reality? What's not reality? What's this? What's this? What actually is toxic masculinity? What's not? And then when you start speaking to different people, it's like, no, that's not it.
Right.
And that's not it either.
Right.
Where the voice and the messages that I've heard that you put out are right there. Centrist, like right in there, like not this bullshit, even though somebody wanted to pull you here.
I hate when
and then want to pull you there.
Right.
And I think that's important to put out just so those fuckers listen and don't do that.
Thank you for hitting on that, Dave. I really do appreciate that, because politically, man, I think I'm middle of the road. I say let's legalize all drugs and tax the fuck out of them and fix our economy and reduce the taxes on small business owners, because, hey, if you want to take drugs, go for it. Cool. I don't give a fuck. Just let's tax it, just like we do with marijuana. Number one. Number two, you want to legalize prostitution? Be my guest. Let's do it. It's the oldest profession anyway. Pimps aren't now going to go beat up their hoes because they didn't make enough money. We can do away with pimps if we legalize prostitution. We can keep things clean and sanitary. No one's going to walk home with an STD and have their dick fall off, whatever. And hey, guess what? If I'm a woman, I want the right to choose. My personal opinion, if I'm a woman, I want the right to choose. It's as simple as that. And so, but then also, dude, you could be a man, you could be a woman, you could be a transgender unicorn. I don't give a fuck. Stay away from my kids. Do not try and indoctrinate my kids into your way of thinking. Let them make the decision when they're older, right? And so I think that's like, and then I also believe that there's an agenda to kill masculinity, which we can go into. And so like, I'm literally middle of the road where politics are concerned, but I am a advocate and a voice for men, because I believe men these days are neutered, are declawed, defamed, yet their society is asking them, hey man, why don't you step up and be a man? Then I don't know how is the answer.
Yeah. Well, that's where you get down to where you can make a difference, because if you have this political sphere, which everybody likes to bitch and complain about all that, what can we really do to change any of that?
Right.
Not a whole fucking lot.
Right.
But if you start with yourself, your own mental health, physical health, personal health
and financial health,
you take care of all those, then you take care of your family, then your business, there's not a whole lot left over to give a fuck about all the other stuff.
That's it.
But those things there, taking care of yourself, is kind of where you're getting at with the Squire program, with the project, and with all these other things, is taking care of themselves first.
Yeah.
Right? Because if they don't have that right, they can't take care of their family financially, mentally, physically. They can't take care of their business. Right. But too many people like to bitch about all that.
Right.
Instead of taking the personal accountability for that.
Nailed it.
Right.
You nailed
it. That's where you go on a lot of these topics, which is it's important, because that is being stifled.
It is. It's being suppressed in a massive way.
Yes.
Yep.
So with that, I don't even know where to begin with this. Do you want to begin with the project? Or do you want to begin with the masculinity?
I think we start with the masculinity.
Let's start with the masculinity
because the project,
off.
The project is so polarizing.
Yeah,
and we can dive into it, but it's
is it though? I mean, if people are looking at it, let me just throw my insight out there. They're looking at clips that are showing 30-second moments of time over 75 hours.
Right.
And I do a thing out here with people as a train your ass off thing. And there's certain areas where I beat the shit out of them. But that's like 5 minutes out of 20 hours.
Right.
But you can't show the other 20 hours. You can't show the Q&A because nobody's going to watch it.
It's not sexy. It's not going to get eyeballs. And so people will take the clips of, Steve, our angry Marine, who is one of the most stoic men I know, one of the most amazing fathers in humans, but he is the devil incarnate during those 75 hours. And we all have this tattoo. All of us project instructors and founders have this tattoo on our hand. And when the project kicks off and I have my instructors introduce themselves, he takes out his K-bar off to the side and he goes, "I'll fucking carve this tattoo right off of my fucking hands. If any of you fucking assholes graduate and you're not supposed to be there, my job is to get every single one of you to ring the bell." And they're like, "Holy fuck." Like, that's exactly the guy I saw in the clip with the hose in someone's nose. And then the Navy SEAL is very similar the same way and whatever. And I'm Papa Bear. Like, I'll be firm, but if you let me down, I'm gonna lay on you. And I'm going to lay it down hard. And so during the 75 hours, there's a lot, like you said, the classroom time, the Q&A, the teaching, the journalings, grown men crying. We have an evolution where there's a fucking Kleenex box between every man because the first time in their life they're talking. I guess we are going down the project pipeline.
Yeah, a little bit, but we'll get back to the masculinity. But I think you need to put it in context, though, because the clips can distort.
Correct. Yeah. So anyway, I share all this, man. You can tell how passionate I am about the project, because what people don't see is in my drawer at HQ, I've got 9 actual physical paper letters from men or their wives who have said, "My husband was going to kill himself. The project was the last thing he was going to attempt, and it's changed his life, saved our marriage." Or, "Hey man, I was going to kill myself. I decided to try the project. I knew if anything was going to help me, it was going to be the project," and it was. And so listen, it is a game changer. And for the first time, men can come together where it's a place they work hard, they train hard, physically, mentally demanding place. They are tested, and they can actually talk. And people go, "Why can't women do the project?" Because as soon as you put one woman in a group of men, every man, his ego comes up and he doesn't want to talk about anything that's vulnerable, anything that's painful, anything that's traumatic. And so these guys will talk about, like, I will tee up the conversation like I did here about being molested as a kid. And the first time these guys will talk about, one was molested, he was raped. This guy was a police officer and he shot someone and he just has nightmares every night. And even though he shot someone who was a bad guy, he has nightmares every night. And he's sat at a park for fucking every night for 2 weeks straight with a pistol in his mouth. And he can't pull the trigger because he doesn't know how that's going to look to his family and what they're going to suffer through. Like, these are cops, these are former military and entrepreneurs that are coming through the project. That I'm not saying they can't go anywhere else. Maybe they don't want to work with the therapist. And I'm not saying we do therapy, but for the first time, they can talk about what happened and then look to their left and right. And dudes are crying and shaking their heads because they're like, "Fuck, man, something similar has happened to me." And they realize, I'm not broken. This isn't something I should be embarrassed about or shameful of. And there is an opportunity to heal, just like Bedros has and just like these instructors have. And I think that's a powerful thing for a man, because when a man is suffering in silence, white knuckling through life, he will take all of that emotional rage he's got pent up and he will channel it towards alcohol, towards drugs, towards infidelity, towards pornography, towards anything that's self-destructive, because there is no open forum for men to talk about healing in a group environment because it's just all been stifled. And that's, I think, by design, because they're trying to erode masculinity.
Well, it becomes harder too if you become successful as a business owner. The people who are willing to call you out on your own bullshit become fewer and fewer and fewer.
Because you're surrounded by yes men.
Yes, and if it's police, fire, it's the same thing. When you have some degree of authority, then people are going to be more resilient to call you out on your own bullshit.
Exactly.
You know, where it took, you know, a therapist to be able to basically pull that out of you. Now, you may have had other friends, but see, they're still not either. You know, so the gym is an awesome place for a lot of reasons, because if you strain together, you train together, you know, things can come out between sets that normally wouldn't come out.
And dude, that's how men are. Like, I've taken more dudes surfing even before the project.
Yeah.
You know, coaching clients would come into town and, you know, we're always talking about business, but I know the business plan is simple. The businessman is complex.
Yes.
And so I'm like, all right, I can help him with the business plan. But I think there's something going on with this businessman. And I realized long ago, sitting in our war room, in our conference room, I could never tee up about, hey man, how's your life? How's your personal life? But when we go out surfing, when we go to my gym and train, something about two men doing something strenuous together, like all of a sudden the conversation starts flowing. And you nailed it. When you strain together, train together, you all of a sudden feel like, you know what? This guy is a dude that I can maybe share something with, and I'm not going to feel weird about it. There's something magical about it.
Okay, so back to the masculinity as you were teeing up.
Yes. So here's what I believe. I believe that the opposition, and who's the opposition? Big money. The opposition is pharma, the military industrial complex, the big giant food corporations that are using the FDA to approve drugs and foods and labeling rights like heart healthy and stuff on processed foods that are obviously damaging to the heart, that are going to create insulin spikes and create all types of diabetic issues, only for the pharmaceutical companies to then come through and solve the symptoms, never the actual issue. Because if they were going to solve the issue, they would start teaching everybody it wouldn't be a food pyramid with carbs at the fucking bottom. It'd be protein at the bottom and vegetables, and then you'd have carbs at the very top. They would actually educate on nutrition and encourage exercise, like John F. Kennedy did back in the day when kids were fucking jacked and athletic. But they don't want that, because if they can keep us sick, poisoned, dependent, depressed, anxious, you are going to become more dependent on government. Government cannot stay the same size ever. Government is given a budget. By the way, so who's government? All the military industrial complex, pharmaceutical companies, and big giant food corporations together all fund, lobby government officials, humans like you and me, who have greed glands and who have intentions and will do things on behalf of these big corporations. And so the opposition is those three organizations that fund the big government, the politicians, to make rules, laws, and move things along in humanity to keep everybody sick, dependent, depressed, anxious, dopey, and broke. Because if they can do that, you can rely on the opposition more, on government, on drugs, on food corporations, military industrial complex. Well, why are they doing that? Well, simple, because the government cannot stay the same size. Every year they're given a budget. If you use less of your budget, then next year you are given that amount again. That means your government got smaller. So you must use everything they gave you and more, which is why we're in debt. So the government, they go, oh, okay, next year's budget has to be bigger. This is why every three-letter agency, CIA, FBI, DEA, you name it, ATF, they're all constantly growing because the model is broken, but it's broken by design to grow. And the bigger it grows, the more they begin to control the peasants who are asleep at the wheel. And I say peasants because I come from being a peasant, like, oh, you know, Uncle Sam's going to fix everything. Like, big government's going to fix everything. Like, they're going to do something right for us. They would never want us to. No, man, they want you to stay dependent on them so that you can keep working, get out of school, go to college, get in debt with your college degree, that 82% of the time you're not going to use your college degree for the thing that you got it for. That's just the statistics. But you're going to spend the next 15 years paying off your college debt, and you're going to work a job that you hate, that you resent, to make just enough money to keep paying taxes and keep going on. And oh, by the way, when you die, we're going to tax, there's going to be inheritance tax, because we don't want your kids to get enough money to win their financial freedom. Because if they do, then they break the cycle of the working class who constantly feed the monster that's growing, which is the government. So who is going to stop this monster, the opposition, from growing? Men. And here's why. If Dave and Bedros were going to go invade Canada, let's say, man, we're going to build an army of all, 20 years we've been in sustained combat. We're going to take all these retired military guys and you and I are going to build an army. We're going to invade Canada and we're going to take over Canada. We want all their fucking maple leaves, maple syrup. So if we're going to invade Canada, we're probably not worried about the elderly folks in Canada standing in opposition against our army when we invade. We're not worried about the children. We're not worried about the women. We're worried about the able-bodied men in Canada who would stand in arm against us when we try and take over their country. That's it. We're not worried about the women, the children, or the elderly. But what if Dave and I got really smart? We're like, hey, let's take a few years and demoralize all the men. Take their natural instincts to want to acquire, to build their bodies, their minds, their businesses, to acquire things, to compete, everything that is factory installed in a man, and call it toxic, call it damaging, demoralize them for several years, and do that through school system, through television, through news media, through social media, by creating movements like, by the way, my book was supposed to be on the New York Times bestseller list. I sold enough copies in the first 30 days to be on the New York Times bestseller list. The irony is myself and Howard Stern, amongst many others, but since I like Howard Stern, when his book Private Parts came out, the New York Times did not put him on the list, even though he sold enough copies. And when my book came out in 2018, Man Up, as the title says, which was just me telling myself, man up and make the right decision, man up and make that call, right? It was nothing about men are greater than women.
Yeah. There's nothing in there that's like that.
Nothing. It's a self-development book for men and women. Like 40% of my readers are women, in fact. And New York Times did not give me the nod. To Wall Street Journal's credit, they did. To Amazon's credit, they did. And not in some obscure category on Amazon. I'm talking like the main thing. But I share that with you because the Me Too movement was happening during that time, 2018, when my book came out. And you know what? Fuck Bill Cosby and fuck Harvey Weinstein for doing bad things to women, like taking advantage of that. But that Me Too movement wasn't just about them and that. There's also an agenda, the feminist agenda of taking women and telling them you can do anything you want. All right, I can be a firefighter, I can be a cop. Yeah, we'll just lower the standards. So one, if you're doing that, whether you're doing that for women or you're doing that for minorities, so that you can have the equal number of people in there. Well, dude, how much do you weigh, Dave? If you don't mind me asking.
245.
240. Bro, if I'm a woman and the standards were lower, so I had to drag out a 180-pound dummy out of a fire instead of a 220-pound dummy like a man would, God forbid something happens to Dave, I'm not going to, sorry, man, you're going to have to burn because my standards were lower. Mm-hmm. What the fuck, right? And so one, we're not equal. Just like I cannot give birth to a child. I know they say I can, but I can't. And I cannot nurture a child. When my kids were born, I just wanted to shake my fucking kids when they were crying. I did. I wanted to give them shaken baby syndrome, bro. Like I loved them when they were quiet, but they started crying and I just wanted to fucking shake them. Mm-hmm. Not mom. Mm-hmm. Mom held them and cooed and coddled and did all that shit to silence them, right? She has factory installed skills and traits that I don't. I have factory installed skills and traits that she don't. And so, but when they start homogenizing everybody and saying, hey, you could do this, and then turning the women on the men and then telling men everything that's factory installed in you is toxic. Watch what you say, watch what you do, watch what you want to acquire, watch how competitive you want to be. How dare you? What I mean, you just got to dominate. How can you dominate? Who are you going to dominate anyway? You going to dominate a woman? Like, shame on you. Like, you can't do that. And so if we spend enough time through media, television, all these sources of information to demoralize like Al Bundy men, right? At the end of the day, his wife and his kids were in charge of him, Al Bundy. Like if you go to ground zero, where did this demoralization of masculinity of men start? Al Bundy, Married with Children, the TV show. Unfortunately, that's where it started and it continued on. And like every dad in every sitcom is like this big dopey guy who doesn't know his head from his ass. And he has to ask the wife for permission. And if the wife doesn't give him permission, or everyone has to laugh at him because he just didn't get it right, you name the show. I don't care what genre it is. This is what they've done. So if you and I spend enough time to demoralize the men and take masculinity out of men, we can just go take Canada from them without launching a single missile, bullet, or attack on them. And that is what's been happening now. So it's like, Bedros, what are they trying to do? Take America? Well, they're trying to take more of your resources. Right now, gas prices are through the roof because of inflation. Interest rates are through the roof. Cost of everything has gone up, yet the average person's income has only gone up 3%, 3 to 5% since 2021. Right now, we're in 2023. Interest rates are anywhere from 8 to 10%. Credit card rates are through the roof. For the first time in recent history, credit card debt has hit $1 trillion as of last week. $1 trillion. People are putting regular stuff on credit and not paying it off at the end of the month. They are carrying that load. That is one of the number one indicators of a massive economic crash that's going to happen. Remember, when an economic crash happens, everybody doesn't lose money. The little people lose money. The big companies eat it up. Like, they know what to do. They have resources to eat it up. So when people are now going into debt and they are making less money and they are spending more to put out there through interest rates, through inflation, they are becoming more dependent on the government. Well, I can't do anything, because when you have money, money gives you choices and options. You know what? I could fly first class. I could fly peasant class. I could fly private. I could stay at a 5-star hotel. I could stay at Motel 6. If I don't want to listen to the government in this state, I can move to Texas, where I have more freedom. I can move to Florida, where I have more freedom. If you don't have money, you will stay in California. You will stay in New York. You will stay in Michigan, and you will listen to those liberal leaders. And I say that with disdain, because they're not leaders. They're politicians that were voted into office and should do what's right by the people. However, their greed glands secrete. They have an agenda that's being fed to them by the people that are funding them to move up. And those funding typically happens through big pharma, military industrial complex. Because what is Raytheon going to do? Like, okay, we pulled out of Afghanistan and Iraq, so I'm going to fire 10 bazillion employees and my stocks are going to crash. No, man, they need to make more fucking missiles, tanks, Hellfire, fucking helicopters, all this shit. So we got to start a war somewhere. We got to fund something somewhere. We have to have a proxy war somewhere. Ukraine, Israel. Like, let's start a World War III. Why the fuck not? And then let's you know what? People aren't getting the flu vaccine like they used to. What should we do? Let's create a pandemic, a virus. Like, what do they tell us? Like a fucking a bat and a pig fucking fucked or something, and then somehow their fucking DNA got spread and fucking shut the fuck up. It was some lab in Wuhan that was funded by American money that was somehow let loose, and all of a sudden the patents for the antidote for the vaccine existed, and now just recently 4 weeks ago, Pfizer buys the number one pharmaceutical company that has created a drug to fight myocardial issues. That company for a pharmaceutical company, was only making a few $100 million. It was so small because there was myocardial issues was like 1 in every 300 people. Now it's come down to 1 in every 90 people. Maybe it's coincidence. I'm sure it's coincidence since the vaccine. Mm-hmm. But so Pfizer, that created the vaccine, has invested in that company that created a drug to help fight the myocardial issues, right? The heart issues that are happening, we think, from this. And so anyway, it is an erosion of masculinity. The opposition does exist. They are agenda driven. They are all humans at the end of the day doing this for money. And I run companies. I get it. In many ways, I can be the opposition. I can start putting a tax on my franchisees. Hey, we're going to raise your marketing fees. We're going to increase your franchise fees. And I could come up with a reason, and you signed a franchise agreement. So do it, or else, right? Hey, we're going to shrink your territories down from 7 miles to 5 miles so I can put more franchises. And what am I doing? I'm tightening the noose around their neck. You have less ability to make money, and you have to pay me more money because marketing fees are gotten expensive and operational fees I can justify why my prices are going up, and I could squeeze more money out of my franchisees, and they have to. Now, if my franchisees, let's say I'm that evil guy and my franchisees had 4 or 5 other businesses independent of my franchise, they could be like, you know what, dude, your greed glands have increased, and I'm going to bounce because I've got money and I've got access, and I've learned to think for myself and not being told how to think through media, big media, social media, mainstream media, television, news, whatever. My favorite athletes, like, when did they decide to start skewing that way? But anyway, they're incentivized as well. So all this to tell you that, man, I believe that men are the answer to freeing this country and freeing humanity, because we are the only thing that will stand in the gap when evil strikes.
Well, say if we take that, everything that you just said, and this is kind of where I go with the point that I had, and you say that all of that is not true. It's all unintentional. Let's just assume for a minute, because that's what you do when you're in business, right? You have, let's say it's unintentional. The situation still is here. Yeah. Right. So take that all away. We still have, a generation of men, right? That are not as assertive, as what they should be.
Not as assertive, mentally weak, emotionally broken, physically sick, unable to do a single pull-up or push-up.
Yeah. So how they got there
doesn't even matter.
Doesn't matter when the message is to those people, to basically see and better themselves.
That's it.
Right. And that's where the important part comes in there, because it's in my mind, the first thing that I ask in situations like this is, how big of a problem is this really? Right. Because I know what people will say, in the media, but then I also know what I see. And what I see a lot of times doesn't match what everybody else says in the real world. Yeah. When I'm actually around real people real world, in, real situations, restaurants, conversations, just normal people, that there's a vast difference between that. So all of a sudden I'm like, well, I don't know all this, but I know this, right? And to a degree, what you're saying, 100%, but to what scale, I don't know, right? I don't believe, now I live in a small town, it's a different state, right. I'm in a bubble, right? So I don't believe it's to the degree that some will make it out, like every kid, right? Right. And the message that I have to a lot of the kids are, this can be a good thing for you. Because when I was coming up and when you're coming up and building your business, you had to compete with, let's say, 100 people, right? Now they only have to compete with 30. Right. Fucking awesome if you're that person, but that still means you need to do the work, and the work's not easy, and the work's harder than you think it is. Where in the entrepreneur space, especially with social media, you can, get into drop shipping and be making, $10,000 a month in 2 months from now. It's like, that's bullshit. Like, it doesn't work like that. But, where the entrepreneurs out there with this story, saying, well, yeah, you can get here, but then you're going to get kicked in the nuts, by the way, and it's going to hurt. Right. And you're going to have to fix some things and change some things that are going to hurt. And then you might go up a little bit more. And then guess what? You're going to get whacked in the head with a shovel and come back down. That's the real story. Yeah. There's some people but they're so rare. I mean, how many do you know that went from like zero to a multimillionaire with no adversity? I can't think of I can't think of anybody. No. Right. But if you get into that's why I love that you tell your story. If you get into the story, you're going to see a lot, and there's shit you're not even saying. There's more. Oh, yeah. There's way more. We've just scraped the top. Yeah. These are the things you're comfortable speaking about at this. There's way more. But if those kids can learn, and kids under 30, I mean, I'll say I'm old. So, not that much older than you, but I'm old. But they're still kind of in that generation. Like, understand that what you think is adversity today is not. No. It's just the hardest thing you've ever dealt with, which means it's your hardest thing. Right. Right. Well, hard for them. And look, man, I'm gonna call it out. Hard for this generation is when they pull up their Grubhub meal app and they order something from Chipotle, and it says it'll be here in 20 minutes, and there's a 11-minute delay, and they're upset when they could watch their Grubhub, Chipotle meals stuck in traffic on the street down the road, and they're just like getting pouty over that. Like, that is hard, and they need a safe space because they're getting so anxious watching their food standing by and not being delivered when it was supposed to. Hard for me was like, try not to get shot and stabbed in the ghettos. Hard for me was trying to figure out how you're going to make money while being told, go back to your own fucking country, you foreigner, you don't belong here, you and your family are taking all of our jobs. Two different levels of hard. I don't need,
I despise people who will use these apps and then get all bent out of shape. I'm not saying don't use the apps, but fuck, man, if that's going to require a safe space for you because you're having an emotional breakdown because your food's fucking 11 minutes late, what the fuck, man? The caveman just a few thousand years ago used to have to fight off a saber-toothed tiger just to go get some fucking dry sticks together to light a fire, to hollow out a fucking tree trunk, to go to the river and get some water, and then be able to push a fucking boulder in front of his cave to keep his cave safe for the night. Like, what the fuck happened to us? Right? And it's because we have gotten so soft physically, mentally, emotionally. And whether it's by design because of the opposition, or like you said, let's assume I'm completely wrong.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Yeah. Like, why are you sitting on the couch in your mom's basement playing video games and living off like a fucking budget of nothing and having no, like the fact that have you heard of black pill? Like, there's red pill, blue pill, right? Like,
no, I don't know what a black pill is.
So the new black pill phrase that I've heard is men that have given up on relationships. They'd rather just jack off to pornography. They have given up on relationships and they'd rather just be single and like not do anything that is factory installed. Man, it is our job to go find the love of our life, to go find that person, to first build ourselves into the highest level version of human that we can be. Our number one purpose in life, because we were born as human animals, is to build ourselves to the person that we're supposed to be. Self-mastery, master self, because you didn't come with the owner's manual. I didn't come with an owner's manual. Mom and dad fucked us right up. So did people around us, which is just how it's supposed to be. I think that's by design. But then build yourself up to the highest level version of yourself so that you can find your person in life and take this human journey. And while you're going through that journey, guess what? If you want to acquire anything, whether it's an amazing physique or whether it's a big business, there's going to be kicks to the balls and shovels to the head, because I think, again, God, the universe, something has to test us and go, do you really want it, Dave? Do you really want all those records that you've set when you've been at those powerlifting meets? Or were you just dabbling with powerlifting? Were you committed, or were you just trying it out? And I believe the way the universe does that is by giving us what I call the dragon and the bear. The bear is all types of external resistance, like the pandemic for me, like Shannon, who fucked up my sales contracts, there's all this external resistance. And then the dragon is all the internal resistance, like the limiting beliefs, the negative self-talk, they told me I was fat and I was stupid and I would never make it and I'm an immigrant and I'm not supposed to be successful. If you can conquer your dragon, if you can conquer the bear, and you will go through those levels and know that there's going to be great detours and potholes in the road to success, whatever success looks like, relational, physical, financial, spiritual, you will get there. The work must be done. The dues must be paid, and people are reluctant to pay the dues. They overestimate how easy it's going to be, and they underestimate today, this new generation, of how quickly it should come, like they fucking deserve it or something.
Well, is that lack of purpose?
I think so.
Because if they don't know where they want to go, then what is to use the dragon? Because you use it for what?
Right.
Right.
They become purposeless.
So then how do they go? I know what your answer to this is, so I'm teeing this up. Where do they go to find their purpose? How do they develop their purpose?
Well, first, it's like your number one purpose is to fix yourself. Like, understand the owner's manual of self. We all are born as human animals. You have to transcend to human being.
Well, how do they know if they're broken?
Just assume that you are.
Yes.
And here's why.
Yes.
As a kid, you're supposed to be a human animal as a baby, because you're supposed to be impulsive. When you're hungry, you cry. When you pooped yourself, you cry. You just get loud and silly and out of control. And parents tend to you. And they go, hey, let me change your diapers. Hey, let me feed you. Here's that boob. Let's put it in your mouth. Here's that bottle, whatever. The problem is we grow up and we use the same tools that we used as babies and toddlers of throwing tantrums and being impulsive and just, being greedy and selfish, because you're supposed to be selfish when you're a child. We continue on that path and we try and go into business or go into a career or into a relationship, and it never works. It never works that way. So once you assume the fact that I'm broken and I'm a human animal, I must first understand self. And
it can work to points.
Yes. But how much?
The way you make it work will change. Maybe it's passive aggressive.
Right.
You know,
but how much destruction are you leaving in the path?
Exactly.
In your wake,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
Like, I want to leave the world better than I found it today. Mm-hmm. Like the old version of me was, my life will improve when I steal your car. Mm-hmm. My life will improve when I steal your TV. Like that's the old version of me.
Yes.
The new version of me was my life will improve when I improve your life.
But if we're communicating to the old version of you, you see the thing.
Yes.
Like we got to get that message to that.
Yeah. So the way we do that is we need to figure out like how we want to serve humanity. And it's not finding your purpose. Your purpose is not lost. You can't look under a rock or behind a tree and go, there's my purpose. It is developing your purpose. And maybe it's through mentors. Maybe it's, you start lifting and you realize, man, I am talented at lifting. And I think I want to start coaching and mentoring other people who lift and become world-renowned power lifters, bodybuilders, whatever. I want to open up more gyms. Like whatever problem we solved in our own life, we need to then go back and help others solve that problem in their life. Like we teach what we need most.
So lean into what you're good at.
Yeah, lean into what you're good at. What you solved for yourself, you can now solve for the masses. I think that is someone's purpose. That doesn't mean, by the way, that your purpose stays the same. I had no desire or intention to speak into men, but I saw what was happening in terms of the erosion of masculinity. Didn't, like you said, doesn't matter how it happened, right? Maybe just happened through so much convenience and comfort and great economy for so long that we can do everything off our fucking little devices here that we just somehow became gelatinous and didn't even realize it, right? Or it was the opposition. It doesn't matter. But now you got to do something about it. And so my purpose was, hey, I want to be an entrepreneur and teach people how to make money because money is something we need in this life, in this journey. Then I realized, oh shit, something's going on there and I feel called to do something. And maybe in my late 50s and 60s, my purpose might change again. But I always need to be purpose driven because if we're not, we start seeking pleasures, the pleasures of the world. And not to say you can't have a good time, but if it's not balanced with purpose over pleasure, that's when we begin to go down the rabbit hole of self-destruction.
Yeah. Well, that's idle time, right? Where we share one of the same books that we like, the Napoleon Hill's Outwitting the Devil,
Yes,
right? So
I love that book.
I forget what those things are, the three, basically avoid idle time.
Yeah.
Sex.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. He says too much sex.
Yes.
And he says it, by the way, under the parameters of like, if you're not living your purpose and you're replacing that with sex, alcohol, food, entertainment. In other words, drifting through life and not doing anything.
Drifter. Yes.
Right? Drifting.
Yes.
And because he says you want definitiveness of purpose. And I believe that is true. The devil wants us to drift because when we are adrift, it is easier for the devil to begin to put thoughts into our heads and begin to get us to do impulsive things that we will later regret. But when we are definitive in our purpose, then guess what? I'm going to go live my purpose. I'm going to come home and fuck like a donkey. I'm going to fucking enjoy the foods that I want in balance. I'm going to fucking have entertainment, but purpose will trump everything. And when we don't have that is when we begin to drift.
Yes. So if we get to that person that finds that they're good at something, right? And if they're not good at anything, then get good at something.
Yeah.
I mean, there's YouTube. I mean, there's ways.
And what else are you going to do? Right. Like, okay, you like sitting on the couch and playing video games. Can you get so good that you can go on Twitch and actually start building an audience and getting sponsors and making money, but then have enough self-discipline that I think got lost after our generation, have enough self-discipline to then turn that motherfucker off, go to the gym, get 45, 60 minutes of great fucking work, like bring the fucking fire in the gym, have some fucking high protein, low carb meals. Like, can you be a jacked fucking lean, athletic looking video game player on Twitch who's making money and being a great role model of humanity? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with video games or sitting on the, like, do what, like I know what my fun times are, like what I do for fun, and cool. Like no one's going to judge me about it because I maintain my physique, I maintain my financial strength, and I'm purpose driven. Like, just like when you get sloppy, you become a role model to no one. And then you become, again, so many statistics show that when you're fat, you're sloppy, you're in poor health, it immediately, because your mind is led by your physiology. What does Tony Robbins say? He says, oh, as soon as you want to break out of a negative state, go and do something physically active.
Yeah.
Right? Like physical activity will change your mental capacity. And so if you're fat, out of shape, unhappy with your body, even if you're like, oh, I don't care, you know, this is a time in the world where we all accept everything about everyone. No, you don't. You really fucking hate yourself. You don't like those titties that you have. You don't like stretch marks around your fucking belly button. You don't like it when chicks don't look at you. You don't like it when you can't even do a push-up. You're afraid that if you see someone jacked, if he fucking even attempts to punch you, you don't even know what to do. And you got to develop into a better version of yourself to be a role model, because we're designed to actually mentor others. That's how it is. It is literally by design. This is why we're designed to have kids. Like, partner up, have kids, raise them to be a better part of humanity than you were. And then if each couple partners up and does that, the world becomes a better place. Right now, we've decided to go towards some kind of degeneration.
Yeah, well, when you mentor and when you coach, you become better at whatever you're doing with that. I think what happens a lot of times is people will find something that they like and that they're good at, and then it gets hard. And then their self-limiting beliefs, right? It's the dragon. Maybe I'm not supposed to do this.
Right.
Then they jump to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing. And then 2 decades go by and they're not good at anything, where all they had to do was do a little bit deeper dive in that to figure out how to get over that speed bump. Because that's really all it really is.
Yeah.
And where some of the people out there that are, I don't even want to call it mentoring, where I'm not a big fan of college either, but there's a caveat, right? I do think that there's some skills that you definitely need college for, science, technology, math, doctor, stuff like that. It's in there. But the message that gets lost is a lot of the kids will interpret that as, I don't need that, where you didn't go to college. Okay. So I'm going to prove this right now. So you didn't go to college, right? So then you're trying to learn the marketing and copywriting and all that other stuff. How much time did you spend, and money learning to acquire the skills, of marketing, copywriting, and so forth?
Yeah. Probably the equivalent of time and money at getting a PhD
or more
in anything.
Yeah. So they see that as, oh, I don't have to go to college, so I don't have to study.
Right.
That's the easy way.
Right.
But they'll use the examples of all these guys that did not go to college. Well, he didn't go. So you have any fucking idea how deep and how much they had to study to learn, even just referrals. Like, you had a great mentor that gave you a referral system that actually worked from the jump.
Yeah.
From mentoring other people, most don't work from the jump. Like 90% doesn't work, but you can't just stop.
Yeah.
Well, this didn't work and this didn't work. You have to have that mindset of, the answer is there, I just haven't found it yet.
Correct. The yet part is what they don't get. And I think, going back to what you said, they go a little bit, hit adversity and go, oh, maybe this is a sign from whoever from above that this is not what I'm supposed to be doing. And they do the other thing and the other thing. And as you said, 2 decades later, they become the jack of everything and a master of none. And it's only when you've developed mastery in anything, mastery in self-mastery, is when you begin to fully exploit the beauty of the human body and the mind and the physique and what we're capable of. If you've just dabbled and you have, oh, I kind of understand what I'm about. No, you don't have self-mastery. You're never going to fully be able to get the joys of that body and mind. But the formula to happiness, to joy, bliss, fulfillment, success in anything is through adversity. Adversity is the way. There is no other way. It's the digging in deeper, like you said, finding the answer to that next thing and the next thing. And if you don't know the answer, someone out there does, because someone's already beaten that path. Like, I know Elon right now has a Tesla in a rocket on its way to Mars. Now, he can't go like, hey, who do I talk to? This didn't work. Who else has sent a Tesla to Mars? Short of Elon Musk, most of our other paths that we want, someone's beaten that path. If you can put your ego and pride aside, you can actually go like, hey, Dave, like, you squatted 1 million pounds there. How do I do that? But if I don't put my ego aside and go, well, I'm not able to squat 1 million pounds like Dave, adversity, I get too much adversity. Maybe this is God telling me I'm not meant to do this. I'm never going to become great at anything. And how sad to die as the almost version of the potential that you could have been. Like, that's painful to me. I will not be that guy.
When, with the project, and this, I'm jumping like way ahead because we're talking about this route, to people that are relatively already successful, to be able to get there. When you're working with them to try to overcome whatever dragons that they're dealing with, how many times is the answer already within them, but they don't know it? So say it's a mentee that's working with you. They know the answer. You just have to help them find that. How many times is that the case?
I'd almost say 10 out of 10, but just to be realistic, 9 out of 10 times they know the answer.
And then what is keeping them from discovering that themselves?
The story that they tell themselves. So here's how it works. Something happens to you when you're young, when you're a teenager, when you're in your 20s. Something happens through mom and dad. Typically, here's what we figured out. It's either daddy issues, mommy or daddy issues, alcohol, or pussy. Like, this is the destroyer of all men. It's one of those three things. Mom or dad, alcohol, or pussy. Like, something went wrong somewhere. Like, and we use those harsh words in the project, so I'm using those here. But you may have, thought this person was the love of your life while you were a teenager in high school, and it didn't work out, and you saw her kissing someone else while you were dating her, and it traumatized you, and you just carry the weight of that. So now your identity is that I'm not worthy of love. I'm not worthy of love. But how did your identity get there? Well, you told yourself a story. She's with someone else. She cheated on me while I'm with her. Obviously, I'm not worthy of this. And so you tell the story that I'm not handsome, I'm not strong enough, I don't have what that guy has. And so you tell these stories. When you tell yourself a story, you begin to create an identity. Once you have an identity of I'm not worthy, I'm not handsome, I'm not good enough, I'm not capable of keeping a beautiful woman, whatever that thing is, then you start looking for evidence in the world to justify that identity. And you will always find what you're looking for. The brain will always find what the eyes are looking for. And so it goes story to identity, to finding evidence to fulfill that identity, and then going, see, and that's why I'm a loser. And that's what's stopping these guys. And so as soon as we go, hey man, let's just backtrack for a minute. And remember that evolution that I talked about, that there's a Kleenex box between every man. It's a 4-hour evolution where we just sit literally at a table like this, the instructor's on one side, the candidates on the other side, at 2 a.m. And why do we do it at 2 a.m. at hour number 36? We need to suspend disbelief. We need these men that came in as strangers at hour number 1 to start calling each other brother. The only reason they call each other brother is because every evolution that my Marine and SEAL instructor is putting them through, whether it's the log carries, whether it's dragging their bodies across 400 yards of dirt pit, only to be told start again and start again and start again and start again with a sledgehammer, by the way, and you have to drag everywhere. The only way these evolutions work, you complete it, is when you're supporting each other. Like, we've designed the evolutions where strangers have to support each other through every evolution. Otherwise, that evolution is a fail. Soon you start calling each other brother. Now it becomes an us against them. We want to create that. This is why on those videos, when you see us literally calling them names and insulting them and berating them, we want them to see us as the enemy. And we want strange men within hours to bond together as a brotherhood, because we've all heard the term, blood is thicker than water. That's taken out of context. The true statement is the covenant of the blood is thicker than the water of the womb. Meaning when men train together, bleed together, fight together, have a common enemy together, have shed blood together, the covenant of the blood is thicker than the water of the womb. You are more bonded with the men that you've lifted in here, cried in here with, and torn muscles, and etc. You're more bonded with them than your own siblings, because they know and you know the battle that you've gone to become an elite level athlete. Same with warriors, same with anything in any capacity. Like, I respect entrepreneurs that have built multi-$100-million businesses, because I know that they sat on the toilet to go poop and they found dark blood, like I have, over and over again. Ulcers so deep. Like, I can respect that man, that they've sat in their car and they go, how do I kill myself? What is the best way to kill myself is that family can still cash in on that life insurance because we're in so much debt. Like, I respect that man, right? So all that to say that we have to create so much adversity during the project for these men to bond, so that hour number 36, when we're sitting at a table like this, and I start talking about how I was molested, how it showed up in my life, the story that I told myself, the identity that I built, and the evidence that I found to justify that identity, to go, see, I am hated. They don't like me. I am the black sheep. I am the one that's not supposed to make it. And that's how I always operated. So how are you ever going to be successful? So one part of your brain is like, I want to be rich and successful. But the other part of your brain is, I don't deserve it. I'm not worthy.
Yeah.
Like, those two dots will never connect. Those two roads will never touch. And so our job is to get them to retell the true story, to understand that there's more pages left in their book of life. Here's the pen, metaphorically, and you can rewrite how the story goes of this man, of who you are. And when you rewrite the story, you reshape the identity, and you find new evidence of the most badass fucking version of yourself.
Well, sometimes the story needs to be clarified, right? So in your case, you have, all the grandmas that you have rage for,
Right.
because they should have helped you,
Yep.
but you assumed that they knew
Bingo.
where they didn't know.
That's what that 4-hour evolution does, is we
Yeah.
clarify, like, hey, do you think that woman really wanted to destroy you forever? Or do you think she's just impulsive and made a bad decision and kissed that? Oh shit, I never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then it's a what the fuck moment and you're confused,
Uh-huh.
where confusion is good.
Correct.
So it's finding that confusion, with that.
That's exactly right, man. It's, where the project is concerned, it is the only business that I have that does not make money. Every class has lost money except one class. One class actually broke even. We've now done 18 classes over the last 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it is so near and dear to me that I will continue to do these classes, even though there was a death in class 5, even though I had a wrongful death lawsuit. And I know like there's a likelihood of another death in the class, right? Like if you've got an enlarged heart or some kind of ticking time bomb in your body that's going to get activated by a marathon of Ironman or something like the project, like I know that's coming, and I know what I'm worth in terms of like on the free market. Like I know I'm a target for getting sued today. I run the project at a loss every class because it is the most valuable thing I could do for those men. And it is the most healing thing I can do for myself. Because the healing, by the way, always continues. Like, you're not like, oh, I'm healed and now I can coast. Like the work always continues because the monster lives within me and I must be able to control that monster.
Mm-hmm. Now, we spoke a little bit about purpose. Early in my business career, I was coached through creating an aim, which is kind of like a purpose, but it's a little bit different. Where the aim for me is live, learn, pass on. It's been that way since the jump. And then from there's a strategic objective, like where do you want to be in 5 years? And then, that changes, over time.
Yep.
But it's written, quantifiable metrics. I don't want to go deep into all that because where I want to go to is then there was define your core values. Where I think this is where a lot of people kind of miss the mark.
Yeah. Where
when I used to mentor people, that was one of the activities I'd have them do. Like, what are your core values? Like, fuck, right. So open Google, type it in, see a big list. And what I would have them do is think back through your life and think through defining moments that maybe it was somebody on a radio or somebody said something to you. I had a coach pull me aside one time and say, as long as you work harder than everybody else, you'll never lose. It's stuck, so I know, coach, Bill Mullen did here, so I was able to write those statements and who the person was, and then look at the 10 statements and then find a value to attach to those statements. Yep. Then on the flip side, turn the paper over. Now, what are 10 things that happen that fucking I'm over it, but you know what I'm talking, it's still there.
Yep.
It still pisses me off. Well, what happened? Now, what value did that violate?
Right.
Right. So then once I have that list, those are my rules of life. So then any big decision that ever comes up, because you get frustrated, you get angry, you get all that. And it's like, sometimes you just don't know what the fuck to do.
Right. You go back to your rules and you filter everything through your core values.
You go back through there and it's like, fuck, that's it. I don't want to do that, but that's the right thing to do, for me. Yeah. So that's the decision, which may not, I'm comfortable. You can sleep.
Yes.
Right. I can sleep with that, where the violation of that may be more profitable, maybe more self-serving temporarily and all that. Where do you walk people through stuff like that to help define what that is?
We not only walk them through identifying, because the project itself has its creed. And I say, guys, these 9 lines of the creed are my core values. You can adopt them, or we're about to start developing your own core values. Like who are you? What do you stand for? What is a non-negotiable for you? And where are you willing to draw the line in areas? And you're right, because this goes back to our favorite book, Napoleon Hill's Outwitting the Devil. When you don't have your core values, then you are made to make decisions impulsively based on emotions, thoughts, feelings, or your good friend Bedros was able to just get, you know what, Dave, let's just go out and smoke some fucking crack and really tie on a couple of stiff ones and see how the day looks, right? Bro, if you're like, hey, I will always have control of my faculties, if that's one of your core values, your buddy Bedros is in town, and I'm like, hey, man, let's go smoke some crack in town. That violates core value number 3. I will always have control of my faculties. Sorry, B, you want to go out and have some tacos and get a lift in? Because that does not violate my shit. And so otherwise we drift, and then we are very easily influenceable by emotions, thoughts, feelings, or people that we just like. And so we help these guys and we go, hey, here's the core values of the project. These are my core values. We adopted it here at the project. We need to develop yours based on your vision, mission, and values. And when we do, you filter every life's decision through that. When you're angry, upset, emotional. One of my core values are in 5 years. And I saw Ed Milet, my buddy Ed Milet posted this like 12 years ago somewhere. And I saw that. I'm like, I'm going to adopt that. If I'm not going to think about it in 5 years, I'm not going to waste 5 minutes on it.
Yeah.
Right. Like, because I do have OCD, I will fucking lock on because I'm intense. And sometimes to prove my point, I will fucking go out of my way. Like, come on, is it really worth it? Now, does that mean I'm great at it? No, I'm still a work in progress. And, you know, do I want to... Sometimes my brain will go to locking onto something just to prove someone wrong. But I realize in 5 years, are you going to give a shit about this? I'm not even going to remember what it was about. So let's not let it linger more than 5 minutes. And if we have these core values, we can filter all of life's decisions through it. If we don't have these core values, then we're left to make decisions like a human animal. An animal gets really thirsty, then goes and finds water, doesn't plan for water, goes and finds food when it's hungry. You know, it's backed in a corner and starts attacking. I don't want to be an animal, man. I'm consciousness. I live within this body that's a vehicle, but I will one day leave this body, and wherever that consciousness goes to, I want to become the best version of myself. And that's core values are a big part of that.
With this book, by the way, you want to listen to it. If anybody's following us, you don't want to read it.
Yeah.
Because if you listen to it, it's way better.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, isn't it weird like how the devil tells Napoleon Hill, like, he says, I will answer your questions, but you must address me as your highness. And then Napoleon goes, all right, your highness. So how do you take control of the minds and hearts of people?
I'll revisit that.
Yeah.
Probably once a year.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to me, the shit that's in there that was, what's that, like 100 years old or something like that?
Yeah. You know, he wrote that before he wrote Think and Grow Rich.
Yes.
And he wrote that in like 1932 or 1936. His wife was like, dude, you cannot publish this. And then the kids were like, we cannot publish this until we're all dead. That book, Outwitting the Devil, got published in 2011. That was written in 1936. Here's a crazy part. Today, 2023, it is more relevant today than it was back then.
Most definitely.
Right?
No, because it wasn't that maybe 6 months ago that I listened to it again. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like that right now is happening now.
That book is prophetic. Yeah.
It's absolutely. Now, Think and Grow Rich is good too, right? You know, if you're younger, you know, that's definitely, I would put it kind of on the must read. There's other things that's kind of it's a good starter, you know, to be able to go down that deep dive. But with that personal development, you know, you mentioned Brian Tracy. It's funny when I was listening to some of the stuff because I can show you, I have all the audio tapes in the little plastic containers that are out there of all those things, of that deep dive through that personal development stuff. And that never stops. I think that's important to say. It never stops.
Exactly.
You know, never hurts to go revisit those things. Are there things out there that you recommend for people now that would be more relevant?
Here's the thing. I think with personal development, there's some legends in the industry. Like, what could be more relevant than Outwitting the Devil?
Yeah, I know.
That was written in 1936, right? And that's the thing. People always are, and I'm so glad you're teeing this up. And I know why you're teeing this up, because it is, the brain wants to go find, well, what is a modern day version of this? What is the newest thing version? Go to the legends. Norman Vincent Peale, Jim Rohn,
Tom Hopkins, Brian Tracy, Zig Ziglar, Anthony Robbins. Like, there's so many legends in the industry that have like figured this out and explain it in a way, like the formula doesn't change because the human mind, the human psyche, the emotions hasn't changed.
newer stuff. I don't know. I don't even listen or read to newer
Well, they're
stuff.
just repurposing all that anyhow.
That's it.
There comes a point even with business books, because I'll still keep buying a lot of them.
Yeah.
You're like just skimming through, like seen it. But to somebody that's not had all that, anything that they could relate to and latch on, as long as it's not some get rich quick scheme.
Right.
And centers around the core values, health, wellness. I mean, all these things matter, right? Because if your brain can't function, right, because your nutrition's for shit, your body chemistry's for shit, your health is for shit, then you're operating from a poor vehicle.
That's exactly right.
And that gets missed a lot. It could be intentional. I could go down that road as well, but no matter how it's there, but that's a controllable factor.
Yeah.
Like there's so many of these things that are controllable factors for people that want to be entrepreneurs. It's very low hanging fruit.
It really is. People always tell me like, hey, I got $5,000. What should I invest it in? Like what kind of coaching program do you have? What kind of book do you have? What do you recommend I get from someone? I go, dude, you got $5,000, invest it in self-help courses and books. Like that is going to produce the highest return on investment. Now you got $100,000. I can point you in some other ways, right? Like coaching with me or some other people who are going to be able to take you to your path. Also self-development. But if you got $2, $3, $4, $5,000, you're like, where can I get the highest return on investment? In yourself, like become the better version of the human that you are.
Where have you received since 2020? Where have you received the greatest amount of pushback? Because normally that's going to be the biggest lesson.
Pushback in what sense?
Comment wise, comments are whatever.
Yeah.
More so than comments. Because comments don't matter.
Yeah.
But how can I reframe this question? Pushback that was more authentic than just troll bots throwing shit out.
Yeah. I think that probably one of the places that I've received the most amount of pushback was me being so vigilant about men getting in shape. Like if men were like, dude, I'm broke, my relationship's falling apart, my mindset is shit. Like I'm depressed and anxious. They got me on all types of meds. And if they're fat and out of shape, I'm like, just get lean, jacked, and get abs. You can control that. That's the number one thing, and everything is in your control. Your relationship is out of control. You could be the best fucking romantic man who wants to plan date nights. If she ain't down for it anymore, you can't control the other 50% of the equation. Get lean, jacked, developed abs. You will fall madly in love with yourself. Your mindset will change. You will find levels of confidence, because the same thing you need to build your relationship, your money, and your mindset are consistency, focus, delayed gratification, and hardship. You will all find all of that in the gym, on the track, day to day in your nutrition, to make a choice. 3 times a day, I have to eat something. And if you're a whack job like us, maybe you eat 2 more snacks in between. 5 times a day, I have to eat something. Let me make the better decision for the outcome that I want. It's all on me. It's not on him. It's not on anyone else. It's all on me. I can't blame anyone else. Take all the locus of control, make it internal. Now, because, hey, my career is not doing well. Got to go ask my boss for a job. I'm going to build up the nerve to ask him. He may say no. You may not be adding enough value, right? Or, like I said, the wife may want a divorce. The finances the business might require a lot of work in terms of that are out of your hands, that will take longer time than you have to sustain. But you can start seeing results in 6 weeks in your body. If you just get under the weights, you start burning calories by getting your heart rate up, and you start managing what goes in your pie hole. I get such pushback from that, man, because this body positivity movement that's happened. And then they give me the examples of, speaking of examples, Elon Musk is out of shape and he's a billionaire. Like, easy. Let's not then just use Elon Musk. He's out of shape. But what about Warren Buffett? Look at him. He's old and apparently eats McDonald's every morning. Great. Let's not find the needles in the haystack and say the whole fucking haystack is made of needles, right? Like we know that with irrefutable fact that if you get your fat ass in shape, it'll build the confidence that you need, and it'll give you the traits and the skills you need to develop every other area of your life. And I get pushback on that because this body positivity movement or the dad bod is so accepted now. It just blows my mind.
Well, it's also kind of chipping away at overcoming adversity
Yeah.
in very simple ways. I mean, you lift a little more weight next week than you did this week. You know, you get a little more distance on a run, or you go from walking to be able to jog.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all kind of stacking, you know, on top of each other, which is 100% within that individual.
Absolutely.
You know, and no one else.
No one else. And so if you didn't wake up and get that workout on like you said you were gonna, it's no one else's fault but yours. So you can take a moment and go, what am I doing? You know what? I can go back to a list of core values. I was supposed to be in bed by 10 and I wasn't supposed to drink. I had a couple of cocktails, went to bed by midnight. Look, this morning I stacked an L. How do I stack a W? What can I do now? It's that self-awareness. So it's self-mastery. Self-mastery is a byproduct of mastering the body first before you can master the mind and the heart.
I want to circle back to drive home a point that we talked about a couple times, and that is you have a German Shepherd named Cookie. Right? So and you had two small dogs before, right?
Yeah.
I did like Cookie eat the small dogs?
No, man. Cookie is a little lover, man, but she's also a fighter. She's a very awesome protector, but she loves other animals, Cookie. And so when me and my son went and rescued Cookie, we brought her to Southern California from this place that they were going to donate her to the pound. Our little dogs were like nipping at her face, and Cookie was just being playful and not doing anything back. So I gave those little dogs to my mom and dad because they like small dogs, and just kept Cookie.
So then you hired a trainer, and then what did the trainer tell you about the German Shepherd?
See, dude, this is what's wrong with us humans. We're like, we're better than animals. We walk on two legs. We got this. We got everything figured out. We can drop a missile on the other side of the world and kill the bad guy. We're actually no different than my dog Cookie. And to prove that point, you know, she's a big girl when we got her. She was 8 months old, 80 pounds. Now she's well over 100 pounds. German Shepherd and Mastiff. So definitely a hefty dog. And since we were only used to small dogs, I got this dog trainer, and she said, I'll work with your dog for 3 weeks and she'll be like perfectly disciplined. But then I have to teach you how to keep that going. Otherwise she'll go back to her primitive ways. Right? Okay, got it. Because Cookie was pulling my kids around and just wouldn't listen and like just going to drag everybody around. So long story short, this lady works with Cookie, and then after 3 weeks, she pulls me aside. She's like, look, she can twirl, she can sit, she can stand, she can fetch, she can do all this stuff. There's a couple of commands we give her, and she's like on guard, ready to eat anything. And she goes, but Cookie needs to have a routine, and she needs to be in service of you. She's a German Shepherd, so maybe your kids are tiny. She can shepherd your kids around the property. You've got a nice property here. So she needs to have some sense of purpose to serve your family. I'm like, okay, easy enough. You know, she can guard the property and shepherd my kids, Andrew and Chloe, around the property. And Cookie still does. Like now Andrew's 18, Chloe's 16, and Cookie just trots along the property with them, just making sure her kids are good. And Cookie needs to have a routine. I was like, okay, what do you mean by that? She goes, well, this ball, like maybe every morning she need to expend energy, so you can just throw it out 10, 12 times. She needs to catch it and bring it back to you, and she needs to expend that energy. And then you reward her with food. Done. I could do that. And she goes, now I'm stressing to you, sir, like she needs this sense of purpose and service to your family, and she needs a routine. This is non-negotiable. Okay. She goes, otherwise, you see that beautiful rose garden you have? And she points to this rose garden in my yard. She goes, Cookie will start digging holes in that rose garden. I go, how come? She goes, well, in the absence of service, purpose, and routine, she will give herself a purpose and a routine, and that is to dig up holes in your backyard. And I realized in that moment, man, we are no different than a dog. If we don't have a routine that's structured and set us up to win every day on our health, on our mindset, on our core values, on our faith, on our finances, relationally, and if we are not serving in some capacity, purpose, fulfillment, significance, we will start digging holes in our life. That shows up by way of abuse of food, abuse of drugs, vices of alcohol, like I said, pornography, it doesn't really matter. And I'm not here to judge anyone, but we will start digging holes in our life, just like Cookie does, if we don't have a structured routine and a sense of purpose. And that is my plight to humanity, not just men, to humanity. Like, you are here. You are not an accident. I think there is a purpose for every single one of us. First, develop yourself to the highest level version of the man or woman that you can be. Then ask yourself, how can I serve humanity with who I've become to make others better? If you can't even make a single person better, the fact that you had set that as your purpose and that you routinely get up and do that will make your life better. So there's one person you're guaranteed to help, and that is you until the day you die. The absence of that puts us in a tailspin, and that's how we start escaping with alcohol, drugs, pornography, food, whatever the thing might be, video games, television, social media for hours. You're lost in this for what? Like, dude, because I'm so used to being a criminal, like, I'll see people in a dark parking lot and standing next to their phone doing this, and I'm like, and this is how I take the car and the purse, and I might throw you in the car and end up raping you. Like, if I'm a bad guy, let me tell you the order of effects that happens right now. Like, that's what happens. Can you fucking get out of your phone for a minute? And this goes for men and women.
I learned that one the hard way with Alaskan Malamute, that I thought would be a great idea to have. You know, sled dog, can pull a sled with me, shit like that.
Those are driven animals.
And with one day, it started with the holes in the backyard.
Yeah.
And I was working as a trainer at the time, so I wasn't able to be at home as much as I normally would. And came home one day, and it was a giant Malamute, so it was 160 pounds or whatever it was. Dug a hole in the backyard, and this is when we were in downtown Columbus. And unbeknownst to us, there used to be like a well that was in the backyard. So it digs a hole in the yard, and then ends up, there's this well that's not filled. It's a cave.
Yeah.
You know, digs down in there. There's this cave. And I come home and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this hole that I see, then I kind of go down to the hole and I can stand up.
Holy shit.
So now I'm like, what the fuck? The dog eat the ground? Like, where's the dirt? I'm so fucking confused. So I call my wife and I'm like, you're not going to believe this. There's like a sinkhole that fucking Odin dug in the backyard. And then she comes home like, what the fuck? And this ended up costing a shit ton of money because you got to bring dirt in. It was whatever it was, it never got filled back in.
Did you ever figure out where the dirt went?
No, it was already open. It was somebody removed a well.
Got it.
Right. Then instead of filling it, how the fuck they filled the top, but not, I don't know.
But your dog dug it out.
Oh yeah. So I learned real quick that this costs a lot of money. I need to do more than just drag a sled with a dog once a week. Like, this now has to be a routine every day, which was way greater than what I was capable of doing at the time. But when I heard that story with that, I'm like, oh yeah, I know where this goes. It was probably 6 foot by 6 foot.
Holy smokes.
And and I was so confused. Like, where's the dirt? Like, this fucking confusing to me.
But that's a great example, man.
Yeah.
Like, we're no different than these animals. We just start giving ourselves more credit than we deserve. And then we go, I'll figure things out. I don't need purpose. A dog needs a sense of purpose. They need a routine. I don't. No, you do. Our brains are not that far apart.
Yeah. And this one had to run. I mean, it's a sled dog. It had to run. And it's a pack dog. So it needs a leader. It needs to be part of the pack. And would eat its way through the fence, tall privacy fence, ate its way through the fence. And then when it would run away, like 5 miles away, like way away.
It doesn't fuck around.
Oh, fuck no. And then I was out dragging, I drag a sled, the dog drag a sled. If I just unclipped it and wasn't really holding it, 2 hours of my time trying to catch this fucking dog running around, parks in Columbus, Ohio. It was unfucking believable. It's like, no, I don't want another one of those again. Yeah. But I learned, we are exactly like that. Yeah. I didn't put one and one together until I heard this story. I'm like, well, that makes complete sense. If you have too much idle time, right, as a human, or it's being filled with, as you said, the social media, pornography, all this other kind of crap. And that's just the idle time being wasted. That's not discussing what that shit can do to your brain.
Right.
Which with pornography can go down another rabbit hole of going back to the outwitting the devil. So now you're fucked up,
Yep.
don't know you're fucked up.
Right.
And it kind of plays into all that shit as well with these topics and people coming up as business owners or entrepreneurs. The core values are important. Having some type of purpose is important. Being able to deal with adversity is important. What are some other pillars that I'm forgetting here?
I would say communication.
Yeah, it's huge.
Is a big one. I think more wars are started through poor communication or no communication by people making assumptions, and wars between countries, wars between business partners, wars between lovers could have been solved through better communication, better setting of, desires like, hey, you know what, here's my expectations for this relationship or for this business partnership that we're going to. And then not making assumptions. The book 4 Agreements, one of the agreements is, don't make assumptions. And I think it's a great book and it's a great statement. So I think communication is one of those pillars. And then, financial literacy is the other one. Like, to develop financial literacy. I'm not saying you have to go start a franchise and a supplement company, a coaching. You don't have to be me. To me, that's my sport. That's what I'm an athlete at. And I treat myself as such. But have some financial literacy where if you are working for somewhere, are you spending more than you're making? Can you tighten the belt by at least 10% and put that 10% towards something that could earn even 5% interest? There are just the index fund alone earns an average of 8% over a long period of time. Can you find some that earns 5 and cut your expenses by 10%? I mean, how many Netflixes and Hulus and Amazon Primes and bullshit and HBO channels and are you going to be subscribed to? Like, start trimming the fat. Understand how money works. Understand that for every dollar that's in your bank account that's not being deployed to actually make you more money, it is eroding at a rate of 9% right now every month, because that's what the inflation rate is. Understand how money works. Understand that money is not for the rich. It is not for the famous. It is not only for doctors or white collar people. Money is for anyone who's willing to add value in exchange for money. And that value could be solve a problem. And the people that have those problems are willing to give you money to solve their problem. And the more complex the problem is, the more you can charge for it. Like, when we start to understand how money works, whether we're employees, whether we are entrepreneurs, and we develop financial literacy, it no longer holds you hostage. It gives you options in life. It gives you breathing room. Right? When the noose gets tightened, like if you get fired, but you've got some money sitting in some kind of a CD account and a money market account and an index account and a 401k that you can tap into and know like what order you would tap into those, simply because you watched 3 or 4 YouTube videos, man. Like, I'm fucking from Dave Ramsey or from anyone. I'm not promoting Dave Ramsey, but I'm just saying there's like the content's out there.
Yeah.
Understand how money works, develop financial literacy so that when the inevitable happens, and it's going to happen, you're going to run out of money or life's going to get more expensive. Mom's going to get dementia. Like, my mom got dementia and then 7 years later, poof, she's dead. 6-7 weeks ago, she died. But I made sure she died in her home with an Armenian caretaker with her family by her side. And she died of old age and not by how Alzheimer's kills people, which is kills the part of your brain that controls your breathing and you suffocate to death. We were able to get my mom on experimental medication from another country that slowed down the onset of Alzheimer's so that she will die of old age and not through suffocation. I deployed my money to make that happen. So if I selfishly said, all I need from me and my family is to make a few $100,000 a year and we're set, that is the most selfish thing I can do. God forbid my friend Dave gets sick. God forbid my mom or dad gets sick. God forbid the economy crashes and inflation and interest rates go up. I didn't factor in for that. What the fuck, man? I'm a horrible human for not thinking about that.
I'll spin that back even further and say that, if it's a business owner or an entrepreneur, because I've seen this so many times, it needs to be stated. Any software that you're using, and everybody should be using software. If they're not, if they're just going off Excel sheets, they're fucking an idiot. Yeah. But it's cheap. I don't know what the cheapest version of QuickBooks or whatever it is. But,
still, what is it?
We're beyond
50,
that.
$100.
Learn what the fucking profit and loss statement is and how to read that.
Yeah.
That because it's what you're talking about on a personal level, but for the business level, and understand it. And because as you grow, somebody else may be doing the bookkeeping and all that for you, but you need oversight, and it doesn't take very long just to scan through
Right.
and look at month to month, year to year, whatever it's going to be. But too many business owners and entrepreneurs that I know are seriously using like a Google Sheets and then just plugging shit in there.
Right.
And then they have other people that will have access. And I'm like, dude, like, they can just change this number right here.
Right.
And then take that to themselves.
Start siphoning off money.
And you have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
Not only that, how do you make your decisions?
Right.
Moving forward, because business, unfortunately, is not a linear. I wish the fuck it was. It's not a linear thing. So when things drop, you need to know, is this like a seasonal drop? Or is this like more than a seasonal drop that needs a pivot?
Right.
Because maybe you pivot when you don't need to. And that happens a lot too.
Yeah, it does.
Where, that next jump may be right around the corner, but you didn't look. You bailed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like skipping around different businesses like we see people do. You've had many different businesses. How did you decide when to create, we'll use the supplement line as an example. Why did you decide to go with that as its own entity instead of just a product category in Fit Body Bootcamp?
Good question. That's a really good question. And so, first of all, like I told you, I see myself as a very high level athlete in the sport of entrepreneurship. That's just how my brain works. And so, first of all, let's talk about entrepreneurial discipline and singularity of focus. I had told myself that until we have 500 Fit Body Bootcamp locations, I had the idea of a supplement company years ago. Like when we had like 100 Fit Body locations, I was like, well, because I've been a personal trainer like you know this. All right, Mrs. Jones, you got to eat right. You got to come work out with me. And oh, by the way, you need a supplement. And here's the supplements that work: fish oil, creatine, and protein. That's what I would kind of point them to. Maybe a pre-workout, but that was the extent of it. And of course, go to your local supplement shop, and of course, they start selling them all other shit, right? And it's like, why did you buy what I didn't want you to buy? And so, anyway, long story short, I'd always known that to have supplements within Fit Body Bootcamp was going to be a good idea. But I also had told myself as an entrepreneur, like, you can't fight a battle on both fronts, on two fronts. So until we have 500 Fit Body Bootcamp locations, I will use entrepreneurial discipline and not launch a supplement company. When we got our 500th location, I put a call out to find a leader, because these days, the way I work, I never start a business on my own anymore. I find a leader. I share the vision, mission, and core values with that leader. And then I deploy money, and that leader hires a team, and then they start the business for me. And so that's what I did at the 500th location. I knew that one day I'm building Fit Body Bootcamp to sell someday, right? So if I'm building it to sell, that means I don't want the supplement company to sell. But what I do want to happen is I want Fit Body Bootcamp to have an exclusive rights with Truling. So I did a 10-year partnership between Fit Body Bootcamp and Truling, so that in the future, when someone buys Fit Body Bootcamp, for the remaining time, they'll have to use Truling supplements. Yeah. I also wanted to take Truling supplements. The reason I didn't make it exclusive for Fit Body Bootcamp is I wanted Truling supplements to become a direct-to-consumer product. And so if someone else wants to buy it, that's not a Fit Body Bootcamp owner, and have it in their gyms, or just end consumer wants to buy it directly from us, I didn't yet have a direct-to-consumer product. Everything I had up to this point was business-to-business. Coaching for entrepreneurs, right? The franchise, et cetera, different levels, tiers of coaching. Even the project is a business to business. Most of them are entrepreneurs, although some of them, like I said, are former military, cops, firefighters. And so Truling was going to be my first B2B or B2C product, business to consumer product. But I established a 10-year relationship between Truling and Fit Body Bootcamp, number one. I kept it as its own separate company, because that way, when, let's say, years from now, I want to sell Truling, I can sell that as a separate company and get another bite of the apple, right, in the future. And of course, I wanted to be something that I could deploy through all other franchise brands, and not just my brand of Fit Body Bootcamp. So if I want to start, having whatever F45 and Orange Theory start selling Truling, which right now we're working on with one of those companies to start deploying that into their brands, I could. And so my brand will grow faster if I can not just have an exclusive. So the exclusivity between Fit Body Bootcamp and Truling is Fit Body will be the exclusive. Fit Body Bootcamp has to exclusively sell Truling supplements and no other brands. even when we sell the company.
Yeah.
But Trulian does not have an exclusivity, as in we can only sell to Fit Body clients and owners. We can sell to the world. And that's why I set the corporations up that way. For me, it's just a creative way to make more money, impact more lives.
Well, it's strategically thinking beyond,
yeah,
what it is. So if you already have an exit planned,
yeah,
where even if somebody's not trying to build for an exit, I do think they should have an idea of what the valuation is, because if they're going to follow gross sales, each year or net profit, they should have an idea what the valuation is of their company. Granted, it's still going to come down to what somebody's willing to pay for it, but that's another metric to kind of be able to track. When did you know with Fit Body Boot Camp, it was already in the cards because you had the right person in place, but how many people did you go through out? Because it was internal.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess you tried to go externally to bring in for a CEO.
For Trulian?
No, for Fit Body Boot Camp.
Fit Body Boot Camp was internal. Bryce is one of our franchisees.
Yeah.
But before Bryce, let's see, I'm just going to repeat the names in my head. That guy, that guy. So we had 3 guys. So I had to kiss 3 frogs before I could find my prince. Right. And this is a great example. Going back to what you said again, you hit adversity. You can't go, well, I guess I'm meant to be the CEO of Fit Body Boot Camp forever and ever. No, that guy didn't work out. Like if I went on one bad date, does that mean I'm going to stay single the rest of my life? No, I just didn't go on the right date yet. Yeah. Right. And so I had one guy for a whole year. We moved him out from Canada. I helped buy him a house in California. It didn't work out. He went back to Canada. Another guy was just not a good fit. Another one was a good fit until the company grew. And then we saw the pressure cracks in him. Like he wasn't able to manage a company at this point, let's say, at $100 million when he was able to manage it at $50 million, which is fine. Like that happens with people, right? If that leader doesn't grow, but your job is to put the mission over the man. And so if I can't train you up or find you the knowledge that you need to become that version of the person I need, then I've got to part ways. But it was the 4th guy, Bryce, who became my CEO, went from VP to becoming my CEO last year of Fit Body. And he's honestly runs the company better than I did. Now with Trulian, did you find that person first and then build the company? Yeah, I found the person first externally. That one was external. I put, help wanted ads everywhere. And also I've got a big social media following. So I put something in my stories on my Instagram and I weeded out. Me and Bryce weeded out of 100 candidates who were somewhat qualified on paper, the one guy. He was able to, again, going back to, he was able to grow it to a certain point where we got it to about 7 million a year. And then we started seeing the faults and the cracks in him. And each time I would try and coach him up, because remember, I'm a coach to entrepreneurs. He would give me the yes answers, but he would deploy the shitty work effort. And I realized that now I have to replace this person. Ironically, I replaced him with someone who was internal, who was his 3rd person in command, not second in command, but 3rd person in command, who had been in our company years before, worked in Fit Body Boot Camp, made a pivot into Trulian, quiet guy, under the radar. But I remember him he's the guy that made this logo, the BK logo. One day he's a graphics designer. So this also goes to show you that someone does not have to have CEO skills, but they do need to have attention to detail. They do need to go, I work for a guy who doesn't have a logo. And he was a graphic designer for Fit Body Boot Camp for like 6 years. Worked our way, figured out how to make websites, figured out how to make e-commerce sites, figured out, not came factory installed. And I was like, this guy has the FIO factor, knows how to figure shit out. He's got attention to detail. One day comes back from his lunch break, throws a piece of paper on my desk. It's this logo on my hat. I'm like, what is this, dude? He's like, well, you don't have a logo. I thought I'd make you a logo. Do you want it? I'm like, sure. He goes, oh, you seem to like black and gold. How about we make it black and gold? I'm like, done. Right. And so off we went. And so he was this other leader's 3rd in command. The 2nd in command was too brainwashed by the 1st in command. And sometimes you have to make those decisions and skip over the 2nd in command. And I did. And his name is Jeff. Jeff has been an amazing leader. He made this company into an 8-figure company now in just a year and a half. This is in the last year and a half. We created the Trulian Tribe, which is a subscription model for Trulian. We've got now in that year and a half over 3,100 subscribers to our Trulian Tribe. The average subscriber pays $94 for their bundle of Trulian supplements. The stick rate is 9.5 months, like an absurd stick rate. And it's all credit to Jeff, who's in charge of Trulian. He's currently the VP. He will become the CEO most likely next year of Trulian as well. Just a wonderful human being. But there's a guy who did not come factory installed with the skill sets of leading a business, but he had the ability to figure things out. He had attention to detail. He had focus and consistency. And I saw how meticulous he was in keeping his desk in shape and everything. And I was like, I think this guy can be trained into that. And so far, so good.
Were there any topics you wanted to talk about I didn't bring up?
Man, I think we covered everything, to be honest with you. Like I am impressed with your level of research, Dave.
Squire program. Tell me about that.
Squire program. So that's my other passion project. Interestingly enough, it actually makes a little bit of money, which by the way, right? That's the thing. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, you might as well make so much money so that the fun stuff that you want to do, the passion projects that don't make money, you could still keep doing.
Yes.
Like I would lose my mind if we didn't run the project 3 times a year. It's like when I get to decompress and just go ape shit on grown men. Like we had a class like, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago, and I had to we get physical with these guys because they get physical with us. One guy was like, his ears are so cauliflowered up, and like he just attacked one of my junior instructors. And I had to just get on him with the rear naked chokehold, take him down, pin him to the ground. And then all of us kind of got on top of him. Another guy, like whatever. But it's a decompression thing because otherwise, I don't know, I like also violence. And so it's a good way to release violence without going to jail. But so after about 6 classes of the project, the guys that graduated the project kept coming back to me and saying, man, if I knew this stuff as a kid, because we also teach them like chivalry, like, did you know that you ought to open doors for your woman? Because some bad guy like me, while you're getting in your comfy driver's seat, can come around to your woman while she's waiting for you to pop the door open and mug her, club her over the head, take her shit, whatever. So chivalry, communication, walk on. If you're walking on the street side, then you're doing it right. If your woman's walking on the street side and you're on the inside of the sidewalk, you're doing it wrong, whatever. So we teach all this stuff. And these dudes who graduated the project would come to me and say, man, if I knew this stuff when I was younger, my life would have been better. I would have been an even better father. It only takes so many times. And at that time also, when Andrew was born, my son, my uncle gave me a book called Raising a Modern Day Knight. I forget the author's name, Robert something, Raising a Modern Day Knight. And when I read that book, I was like, holy shit, like that's what I want. I want my son to be a modern day knight, to be able to deploy violence, but to have the stoic way of carrying himself, but to have chivalrous and old traditional values, to know his core values, character, etc., and to have a tribe of like-minded men, etc. And so he talked about putting your young man who's 13, 14 years old through a rite of passage, like all these different cultures. The Aborigines, for example, would take their young man, like a dad and a tribe of men that he trusted and looked up to, would wake the kid up early in the morning one morning, and then they would take him out to the edge of the forest and cut his arm with a knife to draw blood, hand him the knife and say, now go into the forest and don't come out until next morning. We'll be out here waiting for you. When you come out, you fought off animals, you fended for yourself, you were able to find and build shelter and whatever, food and water for the night. Then you come out, we'll be here, and you've now won a seat at the table as a man, where we can now form you into a tribe leader or a tribe member. In New Guinea, the dad and his friends would go and kidnap the son from mom, and the mom was in on it. So she would, no, don't take my baby. Don't take my baby. And of course, she'd eventually let go of the 13, 14-year-old, and the dad and the friends wore these demonic masks and capes and such, and they would start beating the kid up outside. And at some point they would let off and let the kid fight back. And when the kid won the fight, the dad would take the mask off and slap it on the kid and say, now you've won a seat at the table for us to forge you into a man of this tribe. And the reason is there's always been a rite of passage in young men this is why, I looked up to those 2 older boys who molested me. Like, you look up to your dad, you look up to your brother. And when in the absence of a father, this is why young men are more likely to go into gangs. There's always going to be like young boys looking up to older boys for a rite of passage. Like, hey man, do I have what it takes to be a man? And if a young man does not know if he has what it takes to be a man, which is what? Strength, courage, honor, and mastery, like skills of doing things, right? I don't know, it's making money, lifting weights, bow and arrow, whatever. If you don't have what it takes to be a man, you are not an asset to that tribe, to that community. And people go, oh, those days are gone. Stop it. No, they're not. Because look, if we lose 9 meals, where are we? Lebanon, Ohio right now? Is that where we're in?
London,
not Lebanon.
Mm-hmm.
London, Ohio. Great. We're in London, Ohio. If we 9 meals, so for 3 days we have no food, we're going to start banding up as men and trying to figure out who we can get food from, where we can get food from. Do we hunt something? Where do we get clean water from? That's just how it is. It's 9 days and anarchy begins. And so we are very much like, if you're like, Bedros, are you strong? No, man, sorry, I'm not strong. Do you have courage? Nope, I'm going to just hide under this desk while you guys go find us food. Okay. So you don't have strength? Yeah. Okay. Well, do you have mastery of something? Can you make some weapons for us to go using? No, man, I can't do anything. Fuck, are you honorable? I don't know, man. If another tribe comes and says they got food and they want me on their team, I'm just going to bounce. I'm not going to be loyal to you guys. So no, I don't have honor either. You go, motherfucker, you're a liability and you ought to stab me in the face and I should be dead. And that's just how it works. And there's a great book written by, it's called The Way of Men. Jack Donovan, The Way of Men, great book. That's where he talks about those 4 traits that men have. But young girls have a natural rite of passage. Like they have their period and mom goes, hey, honey, you are now a woman. You're now a woman. You had your menstrual cycle. You're sprouting boobs. There's a physical change that happened in your body. Congratulations, baby. You're a woman. Nothing happens to us that tells us we're a man. And so it is the father, it is the men of the tribe that must show the rite of passage. And it is, you're no longer going to be reliant on mom. You are going to be a self-capable young man who is contributing to the tribe. You will honor your mom. You will love your mom. You will respect your mom. But this is why men today treat their wives and girlfriends like a mom, forcing those wives and girlfriends, triggering those wives and girlfriends' mom response. And so those wives and girlfriends treat those husbands and boyfriends like boys. And so it's a self-perpetuating cycle. But if those men realize, like, hey, now we're on equal footing. Like, I get it. Like, we're all born by moms. So moms and boys and girls do look up to their moms to some point for everything, for life. But at some point, you have to let go of mom's apron strings, man. And they don't. And so if you measure every woman by your mom, if you treat every woman like she's your mom, she's going to treat you like she's your son. You're her son. And therefore, you're not going to be equally yoked in that relationship. And when you're not equally yoked, this is the erosion. This is why women go, man, I wish, I wish there was more men like you. I wish there was more men like who graduate the project. It's like, there could be. And so we created the Squire program for that reason, for dads to take their sons through this 12-hour experience of a rite of passage that ends with a really cool obstacle course where the boys are blindfolded and the dad, using his voice only, takes them through a 30-yard obstacle course of bear traps, razor wire, 2x4s with rusty nails sticking out of it, a couple of big meaty guys with pugil sticks, swinging those pugil sticks, and with just your voice. All right, son, turn left. Okay, right there. Now take one giant step. Okay, son, you got it. Now drop to your knees. Okay, got it. Now get on your belly. Now belly crawl. You're now currently belly crawling under razor wire. They see the whole landscape set out, and then they're blindfolded, and they're taught that your dad and you went through this physical and teaching experience for 12 hours. Now this is your rite of passage, the culmination of it all. You're going to develop your own gut to help you make good decisions. But right now, your dad, he's your elder. He's going to be the voice of good decisions. And so while all these little obstacles exist, we're playing angry devil music, rock music, and myself and my instructors are just like, no, don't go left, go right. And so you better listen to your dad's voice, the guiding voice, and not the external voices. There's a lot of noise out there. They're going to want you to take another path. And, when these kids get to the other side and dad takes the blindfolds off and they hug, man, I fucking start crying. Everyone starts crying. And it's like, these kids know, like, all right, I went through this rite of passage. I've won a seat at the table. I went through all these hard obstacle courses with my dad and all these other young boys and their dads. I have what it takes. But it doesn't end there. I tell these boys as they leave and they get a certificate from us that in the future, as you grow up, you're going to wonder, do I still have what it takes? Can I still get under the bar? Can I still get on the mats and roll? Can I still get in the ring and punch? Can I still change my car's oil? Do I still have what it takes? And that is what men were cut out to go. One, do I have what it takes? And two, do I still have what it takes? And as men, I will only respect you after I test you, or after you've been tested and I know, because I don't know what else you're up to. Maybe you're just showing off, but you've got no strength, honor, courage, or mastery. You are useless to me.
What if they're from a fatherless home?
If they're from a fatherless home, I'm now connected to enough guys from the special operations community. I've had the good fortune. It's funny. Navy SEAL books taught me how to become a better leader. Well, they were the catalyst, and then I went to other leadership books as well. But I've had the good fortune to coach and consult Navy SEALs, guys from the SEAL Team 6, Marine Raiders. You name the special operations for Army, Navy, Marine, Air Force. I've worked with them. So Air Force SEER instructors. And so I've got these guys on standby, and I know they're salt of the earth humans. And if it's a mom who says there's no dad in the life, there's no older brother, uncle, grandparent to bring them, a granddad. Hey, no worries. Can you afford it? Yes, I can. Great. No, I can't. No worries. I'll pay for it. You come out. Let me introduce you to Sean, for example. He's a Green Beret, and he's going to take Malachi. This was the most recent young man through the experience, and they become lifelong friends and talk on Zoom, and that's an awesome experience. So like if there is a mom that says, I can't afford it and I want my son to go through this and there is no male figure to take him through, just reach out to me. Like, I got you. And I believe God or the universe has blessed me to make a lot of money so that I could do this and help. Like, this is my purpose, man. This is my thing. This is what I'm going to die doing.
How many of those do you have a year?
So for us in Southern California, we have 3 Squire classes a year. And it's funny, now we've got it not licensed or not franchised, but licensed. Now there's one in North Carolina, one in Houston, and they're all project graduates or instructors that are running them. There's one in Denver, one coming up now in Phoenix as well. And like, I have a big audience, so I fill them all up. And then these guys and their teams go and execute. And so like what Boy Scouts used to be, I'm hoping that the Squire becomes. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And it's my life's work.
Do you have any final thoughts, any final words?
Yeah. The only final words, Dave, and I appreciate you giving me the time and space to do this, man. First of all, it's an honor meeting you. Like, you're a legend in this powerlifting industry and space. I've known of you well over a decade before we ever got to meet. And I was shocked when you reached out to me. So first of all, thank you for that. Secondly, there was final words that I'm going to share is that, which we kind of touched on earlier, like, whatever has happened to you is not who you are. Like, it's unfortunate that you were raped, molested, beaten, abused, went through whatever kind of trauma, ran over a family. Like, there was a dude who like got drunk, ran over a family. Everybody died. He didn't. He paid his dues to society, but he carried the weight of that, and he fucked up marriage after marriage, business after business. Like, change your story. Like, understand that you can take the pen, you can start rewriting your story, and you can decide how the story ends. Like, you are the hero. You are the main character in your life's movie. You don't need to be one of the supporting actors where when the credits are rolling, it just says taxi driver number 2 and doorman number 3. Like, you should be the star of your story, and you get to take the pen back and rewrite how the story ends. And I think if more people took that locus of control internal and stopped empowering others to tell them what their life and identity is, we would have a great amount of people on this planet who are more service driven and less selfishly self-destructive driven.
I want to thank you for coming out. A little behind the scenes here is we had a date scheduled prior, and you messaged me because there was a conflict. But in the message, what you said is, basically, you're a man of your word. Yeah. You're going to make it out. That's character, and that made me want to speak to you even more so. I appreciate it. Because most cases that won't be the case. Yeah. And we were able to pull it together, and it was great sitting down with you. This has been awesome. Thank you. And what's the best way for people to get a hold of you?
Best way for people to get a hold of me is on Instagram. Most likely it'll be Leighton, my adopted son, who will respond to them, but anything that needs to come to me will get to me through him.
All right. We'll have a couple links in the description because your Instagram now goes to a link tree for an event that you have coming up.
Yes.
Yeah. What is that event? You may as well promote that while you're here.
Which one are we talking about here? Shoot.
I don't have it. Look up his Instagram real quick.
Yeah,
I don't have social media on my phone here.
Got it. So the big thing I've got a Squire program January 13th in Southern California. So we've got the Squire program January 13th in Southern California. We've got the project in March. And then on December 9th here, I've got
his Instagram.
I can probably pull it up on mine.
No, go right. Yeah. And then click on the link right there.
Oh,
it's a challenge.
The 6-week marathon challenge.
Yeah.
So there's something we should talk about.
Yeah,
real quick,
yeah.
Okay
the
with
6-week challenges. I forgot about that.
Yeah. So I'm glad you teed that up.
But anyhow, real quick, I'll have, your Instagram will be in there. We also have your website in there, which is where all the other programs are.
Thank you.
So let's go into the challenges.
You know what's great about having a weird name? Bedros. Like you start writing BED and Google says Rose. Like Bedros Keuilian. Yeah. So it's good enough. But dude, about 10 years ago, I was like, you know what? God's made me to lift. I'm built to lift. And I just kept telling myself I'm designed to lift. And I'm like, someone offered like, hey, why don't we go on a run together? I'm like, I don't know. Right. And so anyway, long story short, I decided like, you know what? I've got myself kind of pigeonholed into I'm designed to lift and this is all I can do. Like, but the human body is pretty resilient. We're pretty pliable. We can really learn anything. So I hired a marathon running coach and trained for 6 weeks and ran the San Diego Rock and Roll Marathon, 26.2 miles. Now it was painful. It was awful.
How'd you feel after that?
I felt like I thought I was convinced that I had hairline fractures from my shins to my femur because
that's not a long time to train.
Yeah. It wasn't just muscle. It was like bone marrow pain. Like, I don't know where the bone marrow is, but I swear the marrow was fucking damaged. Right. Like, and so like for months, like I had 2 toenails fall off. But so anyway, since then I've done all these challenges. So anything that I say I'm not designed to do, rock climbing, surfing, guitar lessons, salsa dancing, improv, jujitsu with the gi. Now I'm doing jujitsu with no gi. I can't wait to do jujitsu with my pants off. Just as a joke. But anyways, with all that said, I do all these 6-week challenges, anything that's out of my comfort zone. And so I packaged up the marathon challenge because it gave me so many breakthroughs personally, professionally, relationally. When you do something that you tell yourself you're not designed to do, that's hard over a finite period of time. So I got the same training program that my coach made for me. With her permission, I put it up there. I made some follow along mindset motivation videos for all 6 weeks of training. And then the whole thing is go download it for free, cost you nothing. And then as soon as you download it, find a marathon that's 6 weeks away, anywhere in the country. And if you can't, or you're too cheap to pay for a marathon, cool. Drive your car 13.1 miles and then drive it back 13.1 miles. There's your 26.2.
Yeah.
Train for 6 weeks using that program, run that marathon, and it will change your life. And then do 6-week challenges moving forward. Even if it's one a year, just pick a discipline that you're like, I'm not into, and do it.
Are you on one right now?
I am. I'm doing the no-gi jujitsu right now with the torn tricep. And it's working out really well. I love it.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. I want to thank you again for coming out.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Guys, we're done. One of the best ways that you can support the podcast and your training is to join the crew. When you join the crew, you get an extra crew cast podcast every single month. You also get access to our Discord, which has a training Q&A with Team Elite FTS members. You get form checks. You can upload any of your training footage and have your lifts diagnosed, sometimes within minutes, by multiple people. Access to close to 30 different ebooks, training logs, and first sign up access to our weekend training retreats, train your ass off, and other events that we do. Biggest takeaways from that though, what people enjoy the most and get the most out of is the training Q&A and the form checks, as well as the extra podcast. Hey guys, I'm back in the gym with another limited edition apparel drop. This is the new Live, Learn, Pass On shirt. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about our cambered grip American cable attachment. This attachment has 4 grips and it's cambered. So when you flip it, it actually becomes 8 grips. And if you turn it upside down, there's actually 16. This is one of our most used cable attachments out in the gym. Even got that full range of motion. We got a second limited edition drop this month as well. Head over to EliteFTS.com, pick up the shirt, pick up the cable attachments, and we'll see you next time.
Matt with Elite FTS here at the Armory in Columbus, Ohio. This is a new build, beautiful facility. Should be opening up around November 1st, 2023. Looking at the posterior chain developer, signature version, it's going to have the logo panels on there. Reverse hypers, you can do glute ham raiser, back raise, any kind of posterior chain movement you want to do on this piece. This is really good. The best thing about this, so you just step down on the release, adjust it. So it makes it really easy to adjust these, no pop pins or anything of those sorts. So this is the signature posterior chain developer by EliteFTS.com.
Americ Health is a premium telehealth platform specializing in hormone optimization and preventative medicine. Are you looking to optimize your health in and out of the gym, improve recovery, sex drive, and quality of life? Have you tried speaking to your health professional about this and have gotten the cold shoulder, stereotyped, or just told it's part of getting older? You just go to americhealth.com/table talk, and you can create your own lab, or you can take labs that we've had set up for them, which are based upon the same labs that I've been doing over the last 15 years. Or you can use their guided optimization. With this, they'll put you in touch with a patient care coordinator, which is actually pretty cool because you get to sit down and speak to somebody that can understand what you're looking for from hormone optimization and the preventative medicine standpoint. After that conversation, they'll determine which labs that you should and which tests you should have done, and then from there, get the labs done. They'll review those labs with you and put you in touch with one of their hormone optimization specialists that can determine which supplementation that you should use over the counter or prescription. AmericHealth.com/table talk. The